Good morning, students. Welcome to Udupi Jilla Panchayat classes. At the outset, I would like to congratulate you for your outstanding performance, which has made our district get top second position in the state. With that, let us start the today's class, which is general paper of CET chemistry. Without wasting time, let's begin with the first question. Wave number of the spectral line corresponding to shortest wavelength transition in visible region of hydrogen spectrum. See, because it is visible region, the series is Balmer series and N1 is nothing but 2. Also, because the wavelength is the shortest, energy is maximum and N2 is infinity. Therefore, wave number nu bar is equal to R into 1 by N1 square, nothing but 2 square, minus 1 by N2 square, that is infinity square. So this will be infinity square is infinity, 1 by infinity is 0. Nu bar will be equal to R into 1 by 4. Value of R, as you know, is 10.9 into 10 to the power 6. Divided by 4 will give me the answer around 2 point something into 10 to the power 6. Okay. Here there is a small correction. The answer is expected in meter. So, which option is the right one? It is option number 1. Option number 1 is the answer. Second question, the reaction X giving Y is an exothermic reaction. Activation energy of the reaction is given. Enthalpy is also given. Activation energy for the reverse reaction, that is for Y giving X, is asked. See, this is potential energy versus reaction coordinate graph. Exothermic reaction X giving Y can be represented like this. Now for this, activation energy means this much and value of it is 150. Okay. Enthalpy of the reaction means it is this much. Is it not? So the value is 135. Forward reaction activation energy and enthalpy is given. Question is to find out backward reactions activation energy. Nothing but this value. This value is asked. Okay. This entire value is asked. Backward reactions activation energy is asked. So you need to add these two values, 150 and 135, which is nothing but 285. Third question, the density of 3 molar solution of sodium chloride is given. Molarity is asked. Since it is 3 molar solution, it means 3 moles of NaCl are dissolved in 1 liter of the solution. Density is 1.252 gram per milliliter per 1 ml. So for 1 liter, the weight will be how much? 1 liter has 1000 milliliter. So the decimal point will shift to this position. It will be 1252 gram. Is it not? Per milliliter, it is 1.252. For liter, it is 1252 gram. So this is the weight of the solution. 1 liter solution will have this much weight. Now, to find out molality, what is the formula? Molality is equal to moles of the solute divided by weight of the solvent, not solution, weight of the solvent in a kg. Moles of the solute is equal to 3. Okay. Weight of the solvent I do not have anywhere. Nan hatra weight of the solution ide. Weight of the solution is how much? 1252 gram. Adrinda weight of the solute minus martane. Okay. Weight of the solute I'll minus. Then I'll get weight of the solvent. Weight of the solvent beku. Solution minus solute ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. Now, what is the weight of the solute? Moles are 3. A moles anna molar mass inda multiply ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ 58.5 inda multiply ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ I get 175.5. Now, if I subtract, it will be 1076.5 gram. Okay. Answer for weight of solvent will be 1076.5 gram. But I want it in kg. So it will be 1.07 kgs, which is nearly, which can be approximated to 1.1 kg. That is why molality will be 3 divided by 1.1 kg, which is nothing but 2.79. Okay, molality will be 2.79. Fourth question, which of the following arrangements does not represent the correct order of the property stated against it? First property is paramagnetic behavior. It depends on number of unpaired electrons. We'll start with vanadium. Vanadium is 23, 3D, 3, 4s2, 2 plus means it is 3d3. Unpaired electrons are 3. Chromium comes next to it. Unpaired electrons will be how much? 25, 3d5, 4s1, 2 plus means it will be 4. Manganese comes after chromium, so unpaired electrons will be 5. But when you come to iron, iron 2 plus, it is 3d6. Though there are 6 electrons in D, unpaired are not 6, unpaired are only 4. 3d6 means it is not 6, unpaired electrons are not 6, it is only 4. That is why paramagnetic behavior increases from here to here, but when you come to iron 2 plus, the behavior decreases. So this is wrong. This statement itself is a wrong. Rest all are correct. Ionic size, it goes on decreasing from left to right, is it not? See, manganese is towards left, right ge banda hage size decrease agutte. Atomic weight left in the right ge hodaga increase agutte. Actually cobalt left al ide, nickel right al ide. ಆದರೆ ಅಟಾಮಿಕ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೋಬಾಲ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದು ನಿಕೆಲ್ ಇದ್ದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಟಾಮಿಕ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋಬಾಲ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್. Okay, atomic mass of cobalt is more. Nickel and cobalt, they form anomalous pair. Remember of Mendeleev's periodic table. So whatever they have given is correct. Atomic number alli cobalt kadime, atomic mass alli cobalt jasti. This is correct. This is also correct. And this should be not number of oxidation states, but maximum oxidation states. Okay, just the higher oxidation states mele idu ee property. Adu kuda you know D alli iruva unpaired electron mele depend agtade, and manganese alli highest ide, scandium alli least ide. These fall in the middle. This statement is also correct. So our answer is option number 1, which is wrong. Option number 1 is the wrong statement, and that is our answer. This question is on heats of combustion. Heats of combustion of carbon and carbon monoxide are given. Heat of formation of carbon monoxide is asked. How to write combustion for carbon, heat of combustion reaction for carbon? It is carbon plus O2 giving CO2. The value is minus 393.5. For carbon monoxide, how to write it? CO plus half O2 giving CO2. And the value is a minus 283.5. Heat of formation of carbon monoxide is carbon plus half O2 giving carbon monoxide. This is heat of formation reaction. Now, this value has to be found out. Okay, this value has to be found out. This is nothing but a cycle, okay, for which you can apply Hess's law. So this is the overall value, and these two are the step values. So from that I can find out x. X will be total minus the step value. I'm applying Hess's law, that is it comes out to be minus 110. Okay, this subtraction gives me the value minus 110. This is a simple question, knowledge-based question. Thiol group, that is the SH group, is present in which of the following? If you go with the correct spelling, it is nothing but cysteine. An organic question, 3-methyl pent-2-ene. 5 carbons are there. Second position has double bond. Third position has a methyl group. So the compound appears like this. 3-methyl pent-2-ene. reacts with HBr in the presence of peroxide. There is peroxide, remember? So anti-Markovnikov's addition is taking place. What happens is this double bond breaks, it becomes a single bond, and two groups add here because it is anti-Markovnikov's addition. And sorry, this is H. Okay, this is HCH. Because this is anti-Markovnikov's addition, what happens? H comes here, Br goes here. Now, you can see clearly that there are two stereo centers. Okay, there are two stereo centers or chiral carbons. E-molecularly, there are two chiral carbons. This should be CH2. Okay, this should be CH. This is CH2. So, because there are two chiral carbons, what is the maximum number of stereoisomers possible? What does the formula say? It is 2 power n, okay, where n is chiral centers. That is 2 square, that is 4. So, e compound anti-Markovnikov's addition agi on the product kortade, adralli there are 2 stereo centers. So, maximum stereoisomers are 4. The element has atomic number 114. Question is, it belongs to which family or group, and what is its outer configuration? Okay, that is the question. Now, in all the options you have radon, noble gas radon, whose atomic number is 86. After radon, the electrons go to 7s, 7s first, 2 electrons go there, then they fill 5f, how many? 14 electrons, then they fill 6d, is it not? Energy order if you follow. How many electrons? 10 electrons, capacity of D is 10. Now 86 and 14 makes it 100. 110, 112, 2 more electrons I have to send somewhere. So after 60, I'll fill 7p. 2 electrons I'll fill here. So this is the configuration. Okay, this is the configuration. And P2, you know very well, P2, NP2 corresponds to carbon family. NP2 configuration barodu carbon family members again. So option 1 is the answer. To this I have already referred in one of the previous questions. A anomalous pair in Mendeleev's table is nothing but cobalt nickel. Why it is so? Because cobalt has atomic number less than nickel. 27 is cobalt, 28 is nickel. But if you see the atomic weights, cobalt has more atomic weight, okay, than nickel. That is why we call these two elements anomalous pair of Mendeleev's table. Next question, in an atom, how many orbitals will have the quantum numbers N3, L2 and M plus 2? N3 is third shell, L2 corresponds to D subshell. In 3D subshell, you can have 5 orbitals, okay, 5 orbitals with the different M values. What are those values? Plus 2, plus 1, 0, minus 1 and minus 2. Now here they have given only plus 2. Only plus 2. Okay, M is plus 2. That means only one orbital is possible. 3D subshell ಅಲ್ಲಿ actually 5 ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ, but m is equal to 2 ಆಗುದು ಬರೀ ಒಂದು orbital ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. So this is the answer. Chromate, which is yellow in color, changes to dichromate, which is orange. In pH X and vice versa in pH Y. That means orange idadu yellow agudu pH Y alli. What is the value of X and what is it for Y? X ಮತ್ತೆ Y pH values ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Chromate idadu dichromate ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ the medium should be acidic. You have learnt in your theory. And dichromate idadu chromate ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ the medium should be basic. Acidic pH means it is less than 7. Okay. Basic pH should be more than 7. So which option matches with the criterion? It is nothing but the first option. Acidic pH less than 7, that is 6 here, and basic more than 7, that is 8. How many significant figures are present in the answer of this calculation? Okay, calculation. This is a multiplication division problem. And multiplication division problem only, you know very well that we have to consider, while keeping the significant figures in the answer, we have to consider the number in the calculation which has the least significant figures. ಯಾವುದು ಅದು ನಂಬರ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಟು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ಎರಡು ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಿಫಿಕೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಗರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 ಇದೆ. ಸಿ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್, 2 ಸಿಗ್ನಿಫಿಕೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಗರ್ಸ್ ಅದೆ. ಸೊ ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಿಗ್ನಿಫಿಕೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಗರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೈಪಿಂಗ್ ಎರರ್. ಓಕೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್. Option number 1 is the right answer. Okay, in the answer there should be 2 significant figures. 4 organic compounds, actually hydrocarbons, aromatic hydrocarbons ide nimma munde. Highest sigma to pi bond ratio yavudralli ide? That is the question. In this molecule, which is benzene, how many sigma bonds are there? CC sigma bonds are 6 plus CH sigma bonds, if you see, they are also 6, so 12, and pi bonds are 1, 2, 3. So 12 by 3 is 4. Sigma to pi ratio is 4. This is naphthalene. Here the number of sigma bonds are CC6 here plus 5 e ring iddu. Okay, 11 ಆಯ್ತು. And CH sigma bond ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? They are 4. Okay, plus here 4, that is 8, so 19 ಆಯ್ತು. And pi bonds are 5. So value is how much? Less than 4. 20 ididre 20 by 5 4 ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಇದು less than 4. Anthracene, if you find out, CC sigma bonds are 6, another 5 from this ring plus 5 from this ring, so that makes it 16. 6 5 5. Okay, CH 4 5 6 10. Okay, totally 10 CH, that is 26 divided by pi is to 7. So this is also less than 4. This is 4, less than 4 and less than 4. When you come to this particular molecule, from the very appearance you can guess that this is the one which is the answer, because here the rings have been fused a lot, okay, compared to other rings. So let's see whether this is the answer. Here the sigma bonds, CC sigma bonds are in this 6, in this 5, ಇದೊಂದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ 5 ಆಯ್ತು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆರಡು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗಿದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 4. 6 plus 5 plus 4, is it not 15? CH ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತದೆ? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and here 2 other CH ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ಗೆ 2 ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು? 10 ಆಯ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, 25 ಆಯ್ತು. 25 divided by pi bonds are 6. Okay, pi bonds are 6. 6 are the karana. Answer is greater than 4. Okay, answer is greater than 4. So highest answer is seen. Highest sigma to pi bond ratio is seen in this particular molecule. You have an alkyne and hydrogen plus Lindlar's catalyst. Product is surely an alkene. Okay, product is an alkene. When you make use of this combination, it is an alkene. Whether it is cis or trans is the question. See, Lindlar's catalyst is palladium supported by compounds like barium sulfate or carbon compounds. Plus we add some poison like quinoline, etc. When you have such a solid catalyst combination, catalyst and support combination, what happens is the molecules get adsorbed on the catalyst surface and one side of the catalyst will be restricted to the addition by hydrogen. ಒಂದು ಸೈಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೈಡ್ ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸೇಮ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಆಡ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಕಂಪೌಂಡಿನ ಸೇಮ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಗೆ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಆಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದಟ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸಿಸ್ ಆಲ್ಕೀನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. You have a chloro compound which undergoes reduction, is it not? Zinc HCl combination results in reduction and you get a hydrocarbon which has 5 carbon atoms. That means e chloro compound allo 5 carbon atoms ide. Then that compound X, the same compound hydrocarbon X, if subjected to Wood's reaction, you see, ether and sodium means Wood's reaction, then what happens is you get this particular molecule. Which is that molecule? It's a hexane. It's a hexane 2255 tetramethyl hexane. This is the skeleton. 2255 tetramethyl hexane is obtained after Wood's reaction. That means before Wood's reaction, okay, before Wood's reaction, the molecule, the X was like this. You see, here there was a Cl and here also there was a Cl. Wood's reaction aguvaga enagutte, ee eradu molecules sodium matte dry ether jotege react agi NaCl elimination agi ee eradu parts join agutte. So Wood's reaction ಆಗುವ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ Cl ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದೇ ತರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೋಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ Cl ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. So what is the molecule before the reaction, before Wood's reaction, or what is the molecule X? It is nothing but 1 chloro, okay, 1 chloro 2,2-dimethyl propane. ಸರಿಯಾ? 1 chloro 2,2-dimethyl propane. ರಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಜಿಂಕ್ HCl ಜೊತೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಈ Cl ಹೋಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಮೊದಲು X yaudu anta kelidre, it is this or it is this. Same molecules they are. Only thing is 2 moles we need for Wood's reaction. So the answer should be this. Again, in this there is a typing error. This is not the answer. Answer is this: 1-chloro-2,2-dimethyl propane. You have an aromatic alkene, okay? HCl is added. We need to find out the product X. HCl gives a proton for the reaction. Pi bond attacks a proton. As a result, I get CH2CH, single bond CH2. Now, because of the addition of hydrogen, this becomes CH3, and here comes a positive charge. Is it not? Hydrogen adds to carbon where maximum hydrogens are present, and this carbon gets a positive charge. Here there is an aromatic, that is benzene ring. Now in this particular reaction, a special reaction takes place, special process takes place. This CH2 can be written as CH and H. Hydride shift is the special process. Okay, ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಹೈಡ್ರೈಡ್ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ಗೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. Okay, this bond shifts here, hydrogen adds here, and the positive charge comes on this carbon like this. CH plus, CH2 idadu CH plus, illi double bond, I'm sorry, single bond illige shift agide, ee carbonige shift agide, CH2 CH3. Okay, this is a benzyl carbocation. Idakke aromatic benzene ring attach agide. That is why this is very stable due to resonance. Aita hydride shift yake agutte anta helidre, to form a very stable carbocation which is resonance stabilized. So illi nilludilla positive charge, it shifts to this particular carbon, and later Cl minus adds here. Cl minus illi add agutte. Okay, illi add agalla, illi add agutte. So this is the answer. Option 3 is the answer. You have a reversible reaction, A plus 2B giving 2C plus D. Initial concentration of B was 1.5 times that of A. A 1 mole idre, B 1.5 ide. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇಕ್ವಿಲಿಬ್ರಿಯಂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ A 1 ಮೋಲ್ ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ X ಮೋಲ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ 1 ಮೈನಸ್ EX ಇಕ್ವಿಲಿಬ್ರಿಯಂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. B 2 ಮೋಲ್ಸ್ ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ 2X ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು? 1.5 minus 2X. Okay, 1 minus X, 1.5 minus 2X. Formation agudu 2 mole iruva karana 2X, 1 iruva karana 1X. So this is an equilibrium, number of moles and equilibrium. These are the initial moles which we took. Now it is given that at equilibrium concentration of A and B are equal. Andre ideredu equal anta kottidare. 1 minus X is equal to 1.5 minus 2X. From that I can find out X. X find out ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. It comes out to be, see 2X I'll shift here. 2X minus X becomes X. 1 I'll take here. So 1.5 minus 1 will give me 0.5. So X value I got. X value ಅನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ substitute ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 0.5 ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ I get this as 0.5. This also, of course, it should be 0.5 only, is it not? They are same, no? Then this will be how much? 2 into 0.5 is 1. X is a 0.5. So equilibrium concentrations ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತು. X value ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಮೇಲೆ substitute ಮಾಡಿ I got all the equilibrium concentrations. Now equilibrium constant for the reaction has to be found out. Equilibrium constant expression is concentration of products divided by concentration of reactants. These are the products. C ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ 1 mole ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ coefficient 2 ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ I have to square it. D 0.5 mole ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, coefficient is 1. Divided by reactants ಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ 0.5. One more reactant 0.5, but I have to square it. Okay, coefficient 2 ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ square ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So it is 1 by 0.5 square is 0.25. Okay, 100 by 25, nothing but 4. So equilibrium constant of the reaction is 4. One more question on Hess's law. See, we have the reaction H2 plus half O2 giving H2O. This is liquid H2O. And for this reaction, the enthalpy is minus 285.9. One more reaction I have. Reactants are same. Okay. Reactants are same, but water is in the gaseous form. Illi liquid form, illi gaseous. Enthalpy of the reaction is a minus 241.8. Now, what is the molar enthalpy of vaporization of water? Vaporization of water. That means liquid to water for this process. Okay, liquid in the water gas aglike, of course 1 mole. You need to find out X, or you need to find out enthalpy of the reaction. Now, how do you apply Hess's law for this process? See, this is the total value. Can you see? This is the total value. This is the entire reaction, and these two are the steps. First ಗೆ water liquid ಆಗ್ತದೆ, liquid formation ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು gas ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So these two are the steps. This is the total. So from that I can find out X as X is equal to total minus this step value minus 285.9. So minus 241.8 plus 285.9 will be 44.1. Okay, this value will be 44.1. A question from practical chemistry, actually salt analysis. Sodium carbonate cannot be used in the place of ammonium carbonate for identifying a 5th group cations during mixture analysis. Salt mixture analysis ಮಾಡುವಾಗ sodium carbonate use ಮಾಡಬಾರದು, ammonium carbonate ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ? See, ammonium carbonate ಯಾಕಾಗಿ use ಮಾಡೋದು? To bring about common ion effect, ಅಲ್ವಾ? Common ion effect ಬರೋದ್ರಿಂದ what happens there? Carbonate in a concentration to common ion effect, carbonate concentration suppresses, I mean decreases. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅಮೋನಿಯಂ ಕಾರ್ಬೋನೇಟ್ ನೀವು ಹಾಕದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, ಸೋಡಿಯಂ ಕಾರ್ಬೋನೇಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ this doesn't happen. Carbonate concentration instead increases. Common ion effect illade carbonate concentration increase ಆಗತ್ತೆ, and ionic product kuda increase ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Carbonate na concentration ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ ಕೂಡಲೇ IP, ionic product will also increase, and higher group radicals like magnesium from 6th group, okay, they will also precipitate out in the 5th group, which we do not want. We want only the 5th group cations to precipitate there. 5th group alli aa cations matra precipitation agbeku, higher group iddu agbardu. But ammonium carbonate use madadidre ಆಗ್ತದೆ. So the answer is Mg2 ions will be precipitated. Which of the following is polar? XeF4, what is the shape? It is actually square planar, because noble gas alli how many valence electrons are there? 4 plus 4, totally 8, no? 4 of them form bonds, bond pairs, and remaining 4 idella adu eradu lone pairs anna madutte. So square planar shape ide. Square planar shape iruva karana, symmetrical shape iruva karana, this is not polar. Okay, this is non-polar. IF5, iodine sutta, how many electrons are there? 7 electrons are there, is it not? Lewis dot structure, if you write 7 dots, we write a 7 dots only, 5 of the electrons form bonds with the fluorines. Okay. Panchabhuja, pentagonal shape ide, and 2 more dots are there, no? 2 more electrons are there, no? They'll remain in the form of a lone pair. A lone pair in the repulsion indagi one ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ distortion ಆಗುತ್ತೆ geometryally. So this is not symmetrical. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಇದು symmetrical shape ಅಲ್ಲ. This is symmetrical. ಇದು symmetrical shape ಅಲ್ಲ. Therefore, this is polar. Symmetrical shape ಅಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣ this molecule is a polar. You can check with these two. This is nothing but this is like methane, tetrahedral, symmetrical. SbF5 is like your PCl5. Okay, PCl5, trigonal bipyramidal. That is also symmetrical. So these two are non-polar. This is also non-polar. IF5 is a polar. Again, a typing error. Okay, answer is this, not SbF5. It is this. An ether, when heated with the hydrogen iodide, forms the 2 alkyl halides. These on treatment with sodium hydroxide form B and C. Oxidation of B gives ketone. Okay, oxidation of B gives ketone. That means B should be secondary alcohol. Is it not? Oxidation of C gives ethanoic acid. That means C should be primary alcohol. Okay, there is a secondary alcoholic part in your ether, and there is a primary alcoholic part. So because there is a secondary branching, the answer should be either this or this, 2-ethoxy or 2-methoxy alva. Secondary iruva karana, branching iruva karana ideradalli ಒಂದು answer ಇರಬೇಕು. So let's first try with this 2-ethoxy propane. Structure is this is propyl group. 2 means 2-ethoxy means to this carbon I have to attach a ethoxy group. Okay, eradu carbon and oxygen group. So this is the skeleton part. Now when I treat it with HI, hydrogen iodide ಜೊತೆಗೆ treat ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಂಡ್ಗಳು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, and here comes one I, here comes one I. Okay, ಮತ್ತೆ sodium hydroxide ಜೊತೆಗೆ treat ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ this I will be replaced by alcoholic group. Later when you oxidize it, see this is isopropyl alcohol, secondary alcohol. Idu ಏನನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ? Oxidize ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ this will give me propanone, acetone or propanone. Andre you get this particular compound. Is it not? Secondary alcohol will give you ketone, acetone, propanone, and ಈ ಎರಡು ಕಾರ್ಬನಿನ primary alcohol will give me acetic acid. CH3COOH or ethanoic acid. So observations match with my first compound. Alva first compound ge nanu ee process anna cross check ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸರಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು. That's why this should be the answer. Okay. Option 1 is the answer. Dissociation constants are given for 3 acids. Which one is the highest value? Highest value is this. So the strongest acid among these is HF. Next stronger is this one, and least value, so weakest is this. But the question is not on acidic strength. Navilli mark ಮಾಡಿರೋದು acidic strength. Question is on base strength. Okay. ಈ acids in conjugate bases ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. CN minus, F minus and NO2 minus. ಅದರ strength ಇನ ಮೇಲೆ question ಇದೆ. You know very well, acid is strong means conjugate base is weak. That is why this acid is strong, its conjugate base will be weak, position 3. This acid is in the intermediate position, base will also be in the same position, madhyadalli. E acid enide adu weak acid alva, adara conjugate base enide strong irbeku, top 1 position alli barbeku. So the order is Cn minus highest. Okay, Cn minus highest. Then comes our NO2 minus. Okay, Cn minus highest. Then comes NO2 minus, and finally F minus. Acid iddu strength ಮತ್ತೆ conjugate base iddu strength ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? Acid strong ಆದ್ರೆ conjugate base will be weak, and vice versa. You have a complex of chromium here. Magnetic moment is asked. I need to find out chromium's oxidation state. See, ammonia is neutral ligand, cyanidol-ligand is -1. 4 such ligands are there, that is why -4. This is X. X minus 4 is equal to total charges -1. So X becomes 3. Oxidation state of chromium is 3. Magnetic moment mu will be square root of n into n plus 2, square root of 3 into 3 plus 2, square root of 3 into 5, that is 15, which is nearly equal to root 16. That's nearly equal to 4. Okay, slightly less than 4, nearly equal to 4. So 3.87 bm is the answer. How many grams of methyl alcohol should be added to 10-liter tank of water to lower its freezing to 68 Kelvin? A problem on depression in freezing point. Delta TF is equal to KF into W2 by M2 by W1. This should be in, only this should be in kg. Methyl alcohol mass is asked. Solute iddu mass kelidare. W2 is equal to delta TF into M2 into W1 in kg divided by KF. Formula should be rearranged like this. Now, delta TF is, see, water is the solvent, that is why 273 is its freezing point. 273 minus 268, that is 5. Delta TF is 5. Molar mass of methanol, CH3OH. Okay, CH3OH. So it is 12 plus 4 plus 16, 32. Molar mass of methanol is 32. Weight of water, 10 liter means 10 kg. Weight is 10. kg divided by Kf is 1.86. Okay. So now, if I approximate this to say 2, idana 2 ante enadru tagondre, what happens is 2 1s are 2 5s are 5 5s are 25, 25 into 32. The answer will be in 800. Okay, this is the answer. Approximation ಮಾಡಿ calculation ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ the answer comes out to be this. An electrochemical reaction is given to you and EMF is asked. Delta G value is given. EMF is asked. So I'll rearrange the formula. E is equal to minus delta G divided by NF. Minus of delta G is minus 827 kilo. Okay, kilo. That is by 10 power 3 divided by F is 96,500, which I'll approximate as 10 power 5. And what about N? For this reaction, charge on aluminium 0. Here the aluminium is present in plus 3 form. So 2 by 3 into 3, this 3 into 2. N value is 4. Is it not? So N value is 4. Minus into minus is plus. This 5 goes up. 10 power minus 2 it becomes. And this is around 200. 800 by 4. Now minus 2 is there, therefore decimal point shifts here. E position ge shift agutte alva. Minus 2 in the multiply madid mele it shifts here, so 2 is the answer. Okay, approximated answer is this. Internuclear distances in OO bonds for O2 plus, O2, O2 minus and O2 2 minus are. In O2, if you write the MO configuration, the last 2 electrons will go to pi star 2px and pi star 2py orbitals. These are ABMO. Star ide anta helidre ABMO. Iga idraddu bond order you know 2. O2 with 2. O2 2 minus maduvaga 2 more electrons come here. ABMO ge inneradu electrons bartade. ABMO ge electrons hodastu bond order decreases. Remember, BMO ge electrons hodre bond order increases. ABMO ge electrons hodre bond order decreases. So it will be less than 2. Aita eradu electron hogi it will be less than 2. O2 minus alli, sorry, O2 2 minus alli less than 2. O2 minus alli kuda less than 2. It is only slightly less. All right. What happens? O2 dalli bond order is 2. O2 minus alli bond order slightly less than 2. O2 2 minus alli bond order is still lesser than 2. Okay, it's still less than 2. What about O2 plus? O2 plus ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನೀವು ಈ pi star ಇಂದ 1 1 ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನ್ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು. ABMO ದಿಂದ electron ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು, which is good for us. That is, bond order is going to increase now. ABMO ದಿಂದ electron ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ bond order increases. ABMO ದಿಂದ ABMO ಗೆ electrons ಅನ್ನ add ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ what happens? Bond order decreases. Okay, so ಈಗ bond order ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ? O2 plus ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ O2, ಆಮೇಲೆ O2 minus. Then finally bond order is least in O2 2 minus. So very strong bond illide, weak bond illide. Strong bond is always short. Weak bonds are quite long. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ internuclear distance ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, it should follow the reverse order. ಆಯ್ತಾ? internuclear distance should follow the reverse order. ಅಂದ್ರೆ O2 2 minus ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ O2 2 minus last ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. O2 2 minus ಅಲ್ಲಿ value internuclear distance should be very high. You see this one. O2 minus ಅಲ್ಲಿ less, O2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ still less, and O2 plus it is very less. Okay. Next we have a question again on practical chemistry. It's a question on dilution. What we are doing here is, say 10 ml and 2 molar NaOH solution is present with us. That is added to NaOH solution only. Okay, acid base ಅಥವಾ base acid ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. NaOH and NaOH we are mixing. 10 ml 2 molar is mixed with what? 200 ml 0.5 molar. What will be the resultant solution? Resultant solution will have a volume of 210 ml. Is it not? 10 ml, 200 ml, 210 ml. We need to find out its a concentration. ml gottide namge. We need to find out its a concentration. That is a x. So 10 into 2 is 20 plus this is 100 is equal to 210 x. Therefore, x will be 120 divided by 210. Is it not? Which is nearly how much? Half or 0.5. Okay, 12 by 21 helidre, it's nearly 0.5. 7m, not this. It should be this. Okay, question number 27. Yeah, it should be 0.57m. Let's go to next question. That is question number 28. Excuse me for the typing errors. Okay, previous question, it's not option 4, it is option 1. Now, in 28th question, what is given is SRP values are given. And the question is to find out the strongest oxidizing agent. Strongest oxidizing agent, remember, will undergo easy reduction, not oxidation. It oxidizes some other substance. Okay, it undergoes easy reduction. Easy reduction means it will have high SRP value. So now I need to pick the highest SRP value from this, which is surely 1.51 volts. Alva, highest SRP value yaudu 1.51 volt. And 1.51 volt corresponds to this particular half cell. Alva? Hagidre, which is the strongest oxidizing agent? Not surely these two. Now, whether it is Mn2 plus or MnO4 minus, it is surely MnO4 minus. MnO4 minus, because MnO4 minus has a manganese in +7 state, and after reduction, oxidizing agent will undergo reduction. Is it not? After reduction, it will come Hello. Sorry for the disturbance. Let's come back to 28th question. SRP values are there in front of you. You need to pick the strongest oxidizing agent. A strongest oxidizing agent will undergo EC reduction. That means its SRP value should be highest. And among the given values, the highest value is a 1.51 volt. It corresponds to this particular half cell. Now, whether the oxidizing agent is this or this is the question. It must be MnO4 minus because manganese is present in +7 state in this, and when it acts as an oxidizing agent, it undergoes reduction and it comes to Mn+2 state. Okay, so oxidizing agent is MnO4 minus. KMnO4 acts as a strong oxidizing agent. Excuse me for the typing errors. It is not this. MnO4 minus is the answer. Now, this is a question on acetylation. During acetylation, what happens? Hydrogen atom of either OH group or NH2 group, hydroxy group or amino groups, they undergo acetylation. So hydrogen atom will be removed from the molecule and acetyl group CH3CO will be added to the molecule. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೋಲಾ ಮಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ತೆಗೆದಾಗ -1 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಸಿಟೈಲ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ 12 plus 12 24 plus 16 is 40. Is it not? 24 plus 16 is how much? It is 40 plus 3. Okay, plus 3. It's 43. So 43 add agate molar mass ge and the 1 subtract agate. That means totally there will be a increase of 42 units. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯುಲಲ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ? 180 ಇದ್ದದ್ದು 390 ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ? A difference of 210 has come. Okay, a difference of 210 has come. ಈಗ 42 ಇಂದ ಇದನ್ನ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ I get 5. ಓಕೆ, ಒಂದು ಎಸಿಟೈಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಮೊಲಾ ಮಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 42 ನಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ 210 ನಷ್ಟು ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ 42 I get 5, which indicates that 5 acetylations have taken place, and therefore the number of amino groups, okay, number of amino groups present in the molecule will be how much? It is nothing but 5. Number of amino groups or even hydroxy groups can also undergo acetylation. Okay, but in this case it is amino group. So answer is 5. The gas leaked from a storage tank of the Union Carbide plant in Bhopal gas tragedy was. It's a knowledge-based question. The answer is a methyl isocyanate. SN1 reaction is fastest in. SN1 mechanism involves the formation of a carbocation. More the stability of carbocation, okay, more favored is a SN1 pathway. Iga ee case alli agutte. In this case you get a secondary carbocation. After this CCl bond breaks, you get a primary here, here a secondary carbocation, here a tertiary formed, and in this case again you get a secondary carbocation. So which is more stable? It is the tertiary carbocation. Okay, tertiary carbocation, which is more stable. Therefore, SN1 mechanism is fastest in this one. An organic reaction sequence is given. You need to find out Z in the sequence. This is acetaldehyde, and this is a combination of a strong oxidizing agent. So acetaldehyde after oxidation will give you acetic acid, okay, ethanoic acid. That will react with thionyl chloride. It actually brings a chlorine in the molecule. OH group is removed and chlorine comes. So Y is a CH3COCl. Now, this acetyl chloride reacts with sodium acetate in this fashion. NaCl is eliminated and you get CH3COO COCH3. Okay, CH3COO COCH3, which is nothing but an anhydride, acetic anhydride. Okay, acetic anhydride is got. We need to pick the incorrect statement. Specific conductivity decreases with dilution. That is true. Molar conductivity increases with dilution, but specific decreases. Equivalent and molar, see, they are similar. Molar conductivity only gather equivalent conductivity 1 gram equivalent, but they behave similarly. So both of them increase with the dilution. That's correct. Lambda m naught, that is limiting molar conductivity for weak electrolyte, cannot be found by extrapolation from the graph in the find out malik agalla. Yake? Because for a weak electrolyte you don't get a straight line graph. Strong gadre you get a straight line graph, is it not? Lambda m versus root c graph alli strong ಗೆ straight line ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. Extrapolation ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Lambda m naught find out ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. But weak ಗೆ you get a curved graph. ಈ curve ಅನ್ನ extrapolate ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. Sariya? That is why this statement is also correct. It is not possible for weak. Look at the last statement. Molar conductivity of strong electrolyte increases. That is correct. Molar conductivity of strong electrolyte increases with the dilution. That's true. But the reason is wrong. Because ionization increases. No. Strong electrolyte is already ionized. Okay, it is already completely ionized. So water addition is not going to change anything. But water addition does what? It increases the ionic mobility. Ionic mobility ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ molar conductivity increase ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So this reason is wrong. Okay, the reason is wrong. Therefore, that is the incorrect statement. You have a 1% aqueous solution of calcium nitrate. What is its freezing point? Is the question. Water has a freezing point of 0 degree Celsius. If you add any salt to it, like calcium nitrate, what happens? Depression in freezing point happens. Depression in freezing point takes place. That means the resulting solution will have a freezing point less than 0 degree Celsius. Okay, it's not 0 degree for water. It's not higher. Elevation takes place in the boiling point, not in the freezing point. So it is a less than a 0 degree Celsius. Which of the following alkenes on ozonolysis gives a mixture of ketones only? How to find out the ozonolysis products? It's really very easy. what you need to do is you have to break the double bond of the alkenes like this, and on either sides you have to add oxygens. Okay, oxygens add madidre aitu. Then you get the ozonolysis products. Now, in this case, what is the first product? CH3CHO, aldehyde. CH3CHO, aldehyde. Here also you get CHO, aldehydes. Here also CH2O means HCHO and one more mole HCHO, aldehydes. But in this case, you get a ketone, okay? You get a cyclopentanone, and here from this, illi oxygen, double bond O, add adre. Then you get a what? See, here you get a cyclopentanone, and in this case, you get a acetone. Okay, these are the two ketones. So this is the answer. Option 3 is the answer. For which of the following reaction Kp is equal to Kc? Now, what is the condition? If Kp and Kc have to be equal, then number of gaseous moles present on both the sides of the reaction must be equal. Here, this is a gas. Okay, make it a gas. Number of moles of gas are 1 plus 3, 4. On this side, it is 2. They are not equal. Here they are equal. You see 1 plus 1 mole, 2. And this is also 2. So 2 and 2. So 2 is the answer. Option 2 is the answer. Check with the remaining 2 also. 2 on left, 2 plus 1, 3 on right. Wrong. Here 1 plus, see this is a solid. So this doesn't count. 1 and 2. They are not equal. Okay, this is also wrong. Option 2 is the answer. In any subshell, the maximum number of electrons having same value of spin quantum number. Say orbitals present in a subshell is equal to 2L plus 1. Orbitals in subshell. For this, the formula is 2L plus 1. If you want electrons in a subshell, what I need to do? I have to multiply the orbital number by 2. That will give me electrons present in a subshell. Okay, orbitals 2L plus 1 idre, electrons into 2 irtade. But the question is not on all the electrons. ಎಷ್ಟು electrons total ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. They have asked maximum number of electrons possible, and those electrons must have same value of spin quantum number. ಈಗ electronsಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು electronsಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಧ electronsಗೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಅರ್ಧ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮೈನಸ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ either it should be plus half or it should be minus half. Therefore, again I need to divide this by 2. Alva? 2L plus 1 is the number of orbitals. Into 2 is the number of electrons. But I want electrons having only one, I mean same spin quantum number. That is why again I divide this value by 2. So that makes the answer 2L plus 1. Okay. Total electrons if they ask, then it is 2L plus 1 into 2. But they have asked electrons with the same spin. That is why again you need to divide it by 2 and the answer will be 2L plus 1. Which of the following will show least dipole character? It is surely ethane, because ethane is a mere hydrocarbon. It has only carbon and hydrogens, and nothing else, no polar atoms. Okay, rest all have oxygen atoms. Okay, that is why it is hydrocarbon ethane. Which does not undergo HVZ reaction. Criterion for HVZ reaction is there must be an alpha hydrogen. But in all the three molecules, there are no alpha hydrogens, is it not? Formic acid has no alpha carbon itself. Therefore, no question of alpha hydrogen. This is functional group carbon. And there is no other carbon on it. There is no alpha carbon. So, no question of alpha hydrogen. Trichloroacetic acid, illi hydrogens iddididre nadita ittu, but hydrogens have been replaced by chlorines. So alpha hydrogens are missing. And this is benzoic acid. Okay, benzoic acid. This is the alpha carbon, and this alpha carbon has no hydrogen on it. So all the three molecules undergo, and sorry, they do not undergo HVZ reaction. Alpha hydrogen illada karana, they do not undergo HVZ reaction. Initial concentrations are doubled. Time for half reaction also gets doubled. What is the order of the reaction? We have a relation between half-life, that is time for half reaction, half-life, and the initial concentration. What is that relation? It is a T half proportional to 1 by a to the power n minus 1. N is the order. Now I'll substitute. Okay, these options I'll substitute here. First, let me take n as 0. Then T half is proportional to 1 by a to the power 0 minus 1, which is nothing but a. So T half becomes proportional to a, provided the order of the reaction is a 0. The same thing has been given in the question, that is, if initial concentration is doubled, then half-life also gets doubled. Is it not? That means half-life is directly proportional to initial concentration. Idanna double madidre idu double agutte. So this observation matches with the order is equal to 0. So answer is order is equal to 0. We have to find out the quantity, okay, which has a maximum number of molecules. In order to find out number of molecules, it is enough if we find out the number of moles present in the quantity. Okay, molecules will also be proportionately present in that quantity. Now, how to find out number of moles? Number of moles is nothing but W by M. Okay, molecules maximum yaudrili ide anta helidre moles yaudrili jaasti idೆಯೋ adralli. Number of moles is nothing but mass by molar mass. Ega first option ige mass by molar mass is 14 plus 14, 28. It is a 1 by 4. Second option ige 2 by molar mass is 2. It's 1. Third has a mass 16 divided by molar mass is how much? 14 plus 32. It is 14 plus 32. That's nothing but 46, which is again a fraction less than 1. And this is 16 divided by 32, which is half. Okay, see, all these are fractions. That means they are less than 1. Only this is 1. Okay, so this is the highest. This particular has got highest number of moles, and therefore it will also have a highest number of molecules. In the reaction 2NO plus Cl2 giving 2NOCl, it has been found that doubling the concentration of both the reactants, concentration of reactants is doubled. Okay, concentration of reactants is doubled. That increases the rate by a factor of 8. Concentration doubled, rate increases by 8 times. So what is the order? Order should be, here if I take it as n, order should be 3, is it not? 2 to the power 3 is 8. So overall order of the reaction is nothing but 3. Now, one more observation is there in the question, that is, if doubling the if chlorine concentration alone is doubled, okay, ಎರಡು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ ಇದ್ದು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಓಕೆ, 2 times ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ದೆನ್ ರೇಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಡಬಲ್. ಎರಡರದ್ದು ಡಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರೇಟ್ 8 ಪಟ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರೇಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 2 times. ಸೊ ನೌ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಆರ್ಡರ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ 1 ಅಲ್ವಾ? ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್, okay, with respect to chlorine, order is 1. If you consider the overall reaction, order is a 3. So remember these two, and now let's go to the options. Which of the following statements is wrong? Wrong statement pick ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. The reaction is first order in chlorine. That's correct. First order in chlorine. Overall reaction order is 2. Wrong. It is 3. Okay, overall order of the reaction is 3. Overall 3, chlorine iddu 1 ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು reactant ಇದ್ದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು? It should be 2. Okay, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು reactant ನ order 2. Overall is 3. Chlorine is 1. So these 3 are correct and this is the wrong statement. Overall order of the reaction is 3. It is not a 2. Option 2 is the incorrect statement. A simple question to find out the oxidation state of the central atom, that is cobalt. I'll take it as X. This is 0, neutral ligand, -1, nitrito, -1. So X minus 2 is equal to +1. X is equal to 3. So oxidation state of cobalt is a 3. You have a dichloro compound. It is undergoing hydrolysis. Okay, hydrolysis agi ee compound ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. This compound is reacting with hydroxylamine NH2OH. ಅಂದ್ರೆ this should be carbonyl compound ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. It forms a iodoform. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು? ಮಿಥೈಲ್ ಕೀಟೋ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಸಿ ಫೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ there should be a keto group. iodo form ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. there should be methyl keto. Okay, so I have taken care of the 2 carbon atoms. How many more are remaining? 3 more are there. So this is the compound C5H10O. Okay, of course here if you fill hydrogens, this is my C5H10O. Now what is A then? Question is to find out A. See, if this compound has to be formed, then the compound A should be actually this. Here there should be single bond Cl, here there should be single bond Cl, and of course this is CH2, CH2, CH3. ಎರಡು ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ ಆಟಮ್ಸ್ ಈ ಕೀಟೋ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೀಟೋ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, ಮೊದಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ? Because on hydrolysis what happens is these chlorines will be converted to OH. Nodi, A and hydrolyze ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ ಹೋಗಿ OH ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಸೇಮ್ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎರಡು ಬಲ್ಕಿ OH ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ a molecule of water is eliminated and that changes to a keto compound. CH3CO, CH2, CH2, CH3. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೀಟೋ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ಎರಡು ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು, ನಂತರ OH ಆಯ್ತು. OH ಇಂದ ವಾಟರ್ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ we get this compound. Okay, so the answer is this one. Compound A is this one. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈ ಕೀಟೋ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎರಡು ಕ್ಲೋರಿನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. Option 1 is the answer. A knowledge based question. DNA ಮತ್ತೆ RNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ where is heterocyclic base present? Heterocyclic base is present at the first carbon of the sugar. We call it 1' carbon, is it not? First carbon of the sugar. And phosphate group, where is it present? It is present at the 5th carbon. So option 3 is the answer. Order of esterification of alcohols. Esterification ಆಗುವಾಗ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಬಾಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೀವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? It is OH bond. Alcohol in the OH bond, acid in the CO bond cleave ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Is it not? RO bond cleave ಆಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ, RO ಅಥವಾ CO bond cleave ಆಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ, as in the case of Lucas test, ಆಗ the order would have been, you know very well, Lucas test alladre order would have been this: tertiary, secondary, and then primary. But here OH bond is getting cleaved, therefore the order is reversed. Okay, it is primary alcohol first, then secondary, then tertiary. Remember, Lucas alli tertiary first, ade nimma esterification alli reverse is the order, primary first. Again, a sequence of organic reactions is given. We have to find out this time the reactant, not the product. Reactant anna find out ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So first reaction is what? Reaction with the ammonia. Then here the reaction is nothing but carbylamine reaction. That means this compound C is going to have a isocyanide NC group. Okay, and that after reduction is giving me NC iddadu NHCH3 ಆಗ್ತದೆ. NC ಇದ್ದದ್ದು NHCH3 ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎನ್ನಿನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಸೇಮ್. ಓಕೆ, ಎನ್ನಿನ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆದು ಸೇಮ್ ಇದೆ. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ CH3 twice CH. Okay, the C is a CH3 twice CHNC. Just before carbylamine reaction, ಈ carbylamine ಸಿಗುವ ಮೊದಲು B ಹೇಗಿರ್ತದೆ? It would be a primary amine ಅಲ್ವಾ? This is my C. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ B ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? It's a primary amine. This part will be the same. CH3 twice CH will be the same. NC ಯ ಬದಲಿಗೆ what is present? NH2 primary amino group will be present. ಈಗ this is my B. Before reaction with the ammonia, I have A. So amine, ammonia ಜೊತೆಗೆ react ಆಗುವ ಮೊದಲು this part will be same. CH3 twice CH. NH2 ಇನ ಬದಲಿಗೆ X. Okay, halogen ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Any halogen can be present. All right. So this is my A. This is my starting material. Ammonia ಜೊತೆ reaction ಆಗಿ X ಇದ್ದದ್ದು NH2, carbylamine ಆಗಿ NC, reduction ಆಗಿ NHCH3 comes. So now which option matches with their answer? It is a isopropyl halide. Okay, this is isopropyl group, halogen, isopropyl halide. It is a question on concentration cell. What is a concentration cell? Concentration cell alli electrode material, oxidation electrode and reduction material, both are made of same element. You see, ಬೇರೆ cell alladre, for example, Daniel cell ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ zinc ಇರುತ್ತೆ, copper ಇರುತ್ತೆ. But concentration cell alli only concentrations will be different. Okay, material will be the same. Therefore, E naught cell value is 0, not E cell. E naught cell value is a 0. Now, we need to find out E cell value. E cell is equal to E naught cell, which is 0. Okay, this is 0 in this case, minus 0.059 by N. N for silver is 1. Log of product concentration by reactant concentration. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ದಾಗ ಈ AgNO3 ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಹೌ ಮಚ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 0.01 and this AgNO3 will be on the reactant side. This will be on the product side. Okay, this will be on the product side and this will be on the reactant side. So 0.05. Now this is nothing but 1 by 5. Log of 1 by 5 is nothing but minus a log of 5. Okay, this minus and this minus becomes plus. So E cell will be plus 0.059 into log 5. Log 5 is nearly 0.6. Log 2 is nearly 0.3. Alva 0.3010, 0.3. Log 5 is nearly 0.6. So this is 0.6. Now 0.06 and 0.6. Okay, 0.06 and 0.6. So I can approximate it to 0.036, which is nearly equal to this. Yeah, it's nearly equal to option 2. You have a reaction, inorganic reaction, in which the phosphorus on the reactant side has oxidation state. How much? It is +3 and -6, making it +3. Correct? This is +3. Whereas this phosphorus has +5. Okay, +5 as the oxidation state, and this phosphorus has a -3 as the oxidation state. Now what is happening? Phosphorus is undergoing oxidation and same phosphorus is undergoing reduction. Okay, same substance is undergoing oxidation as well as a reduction. Therefore, this is an example for disproportionation reaction. Okay, it's a disproportionation reaction. There are 3 statements. First one, lanthanum hydroxide is the least basic, which is wrong. Lanthanum has a very large size, therefore its hydroxide must be more basic. Okay. Zr4 plus, HF4 plus, zirconium and hafnium 4 plus possess same ionic radii due to lanthanoid contraction. That's true. Cerium 4 plus is an oxidizing agent. It is true because it readily reduces to 3 plus. Okay, common state 3 plus ge reduce agate. That is also true. So second and third statements are correct. Only the first statement is wrong. Option 2 is the answer. I think for the rest of the questions, I can only give you the correct options as the answers. I hope you will solve those questions at home by taking your teacher's help. So please note down the answers to the next questions. 51. option number 4 is the answer. Okay. 52, option 1. 53, third option. No, 53, option 2 is the answer. Okay, 53, option 2. 54, option 4. 55, option 2. 56, option 1. 57, option 4. 58, option 4 again. 59, option 1. 60, option 2 is the answer. Okay, with that, we have solved 50 questions, and remaining 10 questions are given to you as homework. Of course, answers are already given. Only thing is you have to solve those questions and see to it that you get those options as the answers. All the very best to your CET examinations, and thank you for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Hello, hello. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಬಯಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡೆಲ್ CET ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡುವ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ ಬಯಾಲಜಿ 60 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ CET. Out of 60 questions, 25% questions are from first BC. Now let's start with the questions. First question is, characters belong to slime molds. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮೌಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ PUC ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್. ಬಯೋಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಈ ಬಯೋಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ? There are 5 kingdoms: Monera, Protista, Mycota, Plantae, and Animalia. All Monerians are prokaryotes and unicellular. All Protista are eukaryotes and unicellular. In Protista, there are 5 groups: Chrysophyta, then dinoflagellates, euglenoids, slime molds, and protozoans. In that slime molds, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮೋಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now let's see the characters. First one, they are saprophytes. Yes, all slime molds are saprophytes. They are present on dead or decaying matter. Next, forms plasmodium under favorable condition. Under favorable condition, they group together and they form a large structure called plasmodium ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೋಡಿಯಂ ತರಹ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೋಡಿಯಂ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. It is called plasmodium. Then ಅಂಡರ್ ಅನ್ಫೇವರೇಬಲ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಫೇವರೇಬಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲದಾಗ ಅವುಗಳು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ? ದೇ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ರೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ಫ್ರೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್, ಅದರ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಫ್ರೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂಡ್ these fruiting bodies inside they contain spores. Now ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಈ ಸ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮೋಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅವುಗಳ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಗಳ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಸೆಲ್ ವಾಲ್ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಆಗ ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ತಿಕ್ಕಾದಂತಹ ವಾಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಆಗ thick walls are formed. Now these thick true walls are present here. This is also true. Now these walls are resistant to any condition and they can survive for a long time. ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಇರ್ತದೆ. And these spores are dispersed by air. ಈ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ಏರ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಡಿಸ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತವೆ. They are not dispersed by water, they are dispersed by air. Body moves along decaying twigs and leaves, engulfing organic matter. As I told you, they form a plasmodium and they move along the twigs. ಯಾವುದಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಡಿಕೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಮರದ ಕೊಳೆತಂತಹ ಮರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವುಗಳು ಮೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಿಂದು ಬದುಕುತ್ತವೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಂದು ಬದುಕುತ್ತವೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. Ili, let's see the options. The options given are the options given are all except E, all except D, all except C and E, all except B. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, the spores dispersed by water. This statement is wrong. That means all except D is correct answer. So all except D is correct answer. So answer is B. So this is about a slime mold diagram. Idu fruiting bodies of the slime molds. Now let's move on to the second question. One single maize root apical meristem can give rise to how many cells per hour? This question is from growth, the chapter growth and development. Growth and development from first PC. Now, what are the different parameters by which we measure growth? We usually measure growth by increase in the number of cells, or increase in the volume, increase in the area, or increase in the size of the cell. In case of this maize, increase in the number of cell is usually used because ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆರಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೆರಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಮೆರಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ they divide very fast. The division is in the geometric progression. So meristematic cells divide faster the karana maize apical meristems are divided by geometric fashion, and it's measured by increase in the number of cells. Hagadare eshtu increase agate. So the increase they increase by 17,500 cells are produced per hour. So in case of watermelon, watermelon ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾವು watermelon ಅಲ್ಲಿ the number of the cell size increases about 3,50,000 times size increases. ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಜರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ measurement is by increase in the number of cells. So answer is here A. Now third question. The biflagellate pear-shaped zoospores are the characteristic of. Now let's see the option. Here options are given are illi options ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಲ್ಗೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ options ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಆಲ್ಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ zoospores ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡುವ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ in case of first one is case of red algae, the zoospores spores are produced, but the spores are non-motile. The spores are non-motile. Now, in case of green algae, the spores are produced. The spores produced are, they are of course biflagellate, but they are not pear-shaped. In case of brown algae, the spores produced are pear-shaped, and then biflagellate, and laterally arranged two flagella are present. Laterally arranged two flagellae are present here. So that is why here answer is brown algae. ಇಲ್ಲಿ blue green algae ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ they are not coming, they don't come under plant kingdom. They are blue green algae ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊನೆರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅವುಗಳು. ಸೊ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ motile spores are absent. So the biflagellate pear-shaped zoospores are the characteristic of brown algae. So answer is here C. So this diagram shows the biflagellate zoospore. So two flagellae are present. They are laterally arranged and they are unequal. Andre ಒಂದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಸೈಜ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದಿರುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡದಿರುತ್ತೆ. Unequal sized flagellae are present here. Now let's see the fourth question. The following features belong to the class. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಯಾವ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೀಲಿಯಂ ಎನ್ನುವ ವರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮೈಸೀಲಿಯಂ ಎನ್ನುವ ವರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಇದು ಮೈಕೋಟಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಿಂಗ್ಡಮ್ ಮೈಕೋಟಾಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದಂತಹ 4 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಕಿಂಗ್ಡಮ್ ಮೈಕೋಟಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡುವ. ನಾವು mycelium branched and septate. You know that there are 4 classes are there in the kingdom Mycota. That is Phycomycetes, Ascomycetes, Basidiomycetes and Deuteromycetes. ಈಗ ನಾವು ನೋಡುವ mycelium branched and septate. mycelium branched ಮತ್ತು septate ಇದು ಯಾವ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ in case of Phycomycetes, mycelium is not branched and it is aseptate. mycelium is aseptate. Aseptate anta helidre enu? You know that in case of Mycota, their main character feature is presence of the hyphae. Andre illi filamentous hyphae are present. ಈ hyphaeಯಲ್ಲಿ the cells are arranged like this. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ನಡುವೆ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಸೆಪ್ಟಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಸೆಪ್ಟಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅಂತಹ ರೀತಿಯ ಮೈಸೀಲಿಯಂ ಅನ್ನು ಸೆಪ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮೈಸೀಲಿಯಂ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. Hyphae are interconnected and they form mycelium. So if the septa are present in the mycelium, it is called septate ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಸೆಪ್ಟಾ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೇಟ್ cytoplasm is present, but in between that septa is absent. Such type of mycelium is called aseptate ಅಥವಾ ಸಿನೋಸೈಟಿಕ್ ಹೈಫೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಇದನ್ನು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಫೈಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದ ಮೈಸಿಲಿಯಾ ಆರ್ ಎಸೆಪ್ಟೇಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಸೆಪ್ಟೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಪ್ಟೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಪ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಆಸ್ಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್. Of course, it is branched and septate in Basidiomycetes as well as in Deuteromycetes. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಫೈಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ಇದು ಬೇಡ. ಇದು 3 ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಈಗ. Asexual spores conidia produce exogenously. Asexual spores conidia are produced. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸಿಲಿಯಾ ದ hyphae are present and from the hyphae a structure is developed. It is called conidiophores. ಕೊನಿಡಿಯೋಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯೋಫೋರ್ಸ್ ನಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಬಾಡಿ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ದ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ದಿಸ್ asexual spores conidia are produced exogenously. Now conidia are produced exogenously in case of ascomycetes as well as it is conidia are produced in Deuteromycetes. Deuteromycetes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಸ್ಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಇದು ಎರಡರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊನಿಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಹಿಯರ್ ಬೆಸಿಡಿಯೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಸಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಬೆಸಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇದು ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡುವ. ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಎಂಡೋಜಿನಸ್ಲಿ. ಎಂಡೋಜಿನಸ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಹಿಯರ್ ದ 2 cells ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್. 2 ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಹತ್ರ ಇರುವಂತಹ 2 ಹೈಫೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ದೇ ಕಮ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್ and they join and they produce. You have studied about this plasmogamy, then karyogamy, and then they produce zygote, and the zygote divide by meiosis. Like this, it produce spores. They produce spores. Okay, now here the spores produced are endogenous. ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ spores production ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಳಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ spores produced is endogenously. In case of ascomycetes, we find sexual reproduction. In case of ascomycetes, we find sexual reproduction. But in Deuteromycetes, sexual reproduction is absent. Okay, sexual reproduction is absent. That is why ಈ Deuteromycetes ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಆಸ್ಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. And last one, let's see, many members of this class are edible. Yes, some of the members like morels, ಟಫಲ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಟ್ರಾ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಎಡಿಬಲ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಂತ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಆಸ್ಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೂಟ್ ಆಗುವುದು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ಆಸ್ಕೋಮೈಸಿಟಿಸ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ A. So this is a diagram showing morels and tufels. ಇದನ್ನು ಎಡಿಬಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಕಂಟೇಜಿಯಂ ವೀವಮ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡಮ್, infectious living fluid. Name was given to the fluid extract from infected tobacco plant by. Now what is a virus? ವೈರಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಸ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇವಾನೋವ್ಸ್ಕಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ವೈರಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಕಾಸಸ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ಟೊಬ್ಯಾಕೋ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಗಳು ಒಂದು ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಅದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ another scientist called Vishalakshi, what he did is he took the extract of the infected plant and this he sprayed it on the healthy plant. ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೋ ಅದರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪ್ರೇ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಈ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಸ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. That's why he named that organism as a virus. Virus ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಸ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ ಕಂಟೇಜಿಯಂ ವೈವಮ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೆದ. ಸೊ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೆದದ್ದು ವಿಜರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಶ್ಚರ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ in second PUC. He said living organism arise from pre-existing organism. With Tucker, he proposed 5 kingdom classification. adu nimage gottide. So idralli answer is Vishalakshi, that is D. Heterosporous pteridophytes are. In case of pteridophyte plant is a sporophyte. It is diploid. Afterwards, it produces spores. Okay, spores are haploid, and from the spores they produce gametophyte. Okay. Now, in case of pteridophytes, the spores produced are of maybe of one type or of 2 types. ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಟೈಪ್ನ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ನ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟೈಪಿನ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೋಮೋಸ್ಪೋರಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ನ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಟೆರೋಸ್ಪೋರಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಹೆಟೆರೋಸ್ಪೋರಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಸ್ಪೋರ್, ಅದನ್ನು ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಪೋರ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಮೆಗಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಇದರ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಫೈಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಕೂಡ ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಫೈಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಬೆಳೆದಂತಹ ಈ ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಫೈಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸಸ್ ಆಂಥರಿಡಿಯಂ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಆಂಥರಿಡಿಯಂ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ರೋಸ್ಪೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಫೈಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಆರ್ಕಿಗೋನಿಯಂ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಮೋಸ್ಪೋರಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಫೈಟ್ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಆರ್ಕಿಗೇನಿಯಾ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಆಂಥೆರಿಡಿಯಾ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಶೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಟರೋಸ್ಪೋರಸ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. So which plant is showing heterosporous condition? Here Dryopteris, Teres, Selaginella, Lycopodium. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ Dryopteris, Teres ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ homosporous, Lycopodium homosporous, Selaginella is heterosporous. Selaginella and Salvinia both are heterosporous. Equisetum and Ediacatum is homosporous. So here Selaginella and Salvinia, they show heterosporous condition. So answer is here C. Next, the following features belong to which phylum? So ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. This question is from animal kingdom. Bilateral symmetry. Bilateral symmetry means you know that if the plant is cut in by a single plane, we should get two equal halves. It is called a bilateral symmetry. A bilateral symmetry in ತೋರಿಸಬೇಕು. Next, triploblastic. Triploblastic means the body should have 3 germ layers: outside ectoderm, in middle mesoderm, and inner endoderm. Next, acelomate. Acelomate ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ body cavity is absent. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾವಿಟಿ ಆಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಾಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾವಿಟಿ ಆಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೇನು? ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಬಾಡಿ ವಾಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಗಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್. Cells and the cover agide. Organ level of organization. The body is having organ level. Cells join together to form tissues. Tissues join together to form organs. So organ level of organization is present here. Dorsoventrally flattened body. Body is flat. Body is flat. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು ಈ ಫೈಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಾವ ಫೈಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ Platyhelminthes is that phylum which contains all these characters. They are having bilateral symmetrical body, triploblastic, acelomate condition, as well as organ level of organization is present, and their body is dorsoventrally flattened. Okay, so answer is here A, Platyhelminthes. Aschelminthes ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು Aschelminthes ಗೆ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೂಟ್ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Aschelminthes are pseudocoelomate, acelomate ಅಲ್ಲ. Then Annelida and Arthropoda, they are all coelomates. They are all coelomates. Of course, the dorsoventrally flattened body is absent in all 3 groups of animals. So answer is here A. Next, the adrenal medulla secretes 2 hormones called adrenaline or epinephrine and noradrenaline or norepinephrine. These are commonly known as, this question is from the last chapter, chemical coordination and integration. Here we are studying different types of hormones as well as endocrine glands. Ili endocrine glands, in case of adrenal gland, it has 2 parts, adrenal cortex and adrenal medulla. Adrenal cortex secretes hormones called corticoids, glucocorticoids and mineralocorticoids. Adrenal medulla secretes hormone called epinephrine and norepinephrine, or it is also called adrenaline and noradrenaline. Now these hormones belong to which class of chemicals ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇದು ಸ್ಟೀರಾಯ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಟೀರಾಯ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಸ್ಟೀರಾಯ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಕಂಟೈನ್ ಕೊಲೆಸ್ಟ್ರಾಲ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಸ್ಟೀರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಟರ್ಪೀನ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅರೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಅಮೈನ್ಸ್. ಇದು ಟರ್ಪೀನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟೆಕೊಲಮೈನ್ಸ್. ಕ್ಯಾಟೆಕೊಲಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ದೇ ಕಂಟೈನ್ ಒನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟೆಕಾಲ್ ರಿಂಗ್. ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಟೆಕಾಲ್ ರಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಕ್ಯಾಟೆಕಾಲ್ ರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆನ್ಝೀನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದರ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ 2 OH groups are present. Benzene and 2 OH groups are present. It is called catechol group. That catechol group is present here in the adrenaline and noradrenaline, and you know that these hormones are called emergency hormones because they are secreted during emergency situations. Cytokinin. Cytokinin is a hormone which helps in cytokinesis, that is increasing in the number of cells. So here answer is C, catecholamine. Next, in Symose type of inflorescence. Inflorescence is of two types, racemose inflorescence and Symose inflorescence. In the case of racemose inflorescence, the main axis is main axis, it continuously grows. It continuously grows. Okay, and the flowers present at the basal region, the flowers which are present at the basal region are old, and flowers present at the tip are young. Such type of arrangement of the flowers is called acropetal arrangement. In the acropetal order they are arranged. Okay. Then next, the in case of the Symose inflorescence, what happens is the flower axis, it terminates with a flower. Adra end alli flower formation agutte, and the flower which is present at the end is old flower. At the base, these are young flowers. Such type of the arrangement is called basipetal order athava basipetal section. So, in case of Symose type of inflorescence, we find main axis terminates in the flower. Flower bore on in a basipetal order. These two characters are correct. Then main axis not terminates in the flower, adu tappu. Flower born in acropetal order, idu kuda tappu. So, illi question. A and in Symose type of inflorescence, which is correct? A and B only. Hagadre A and B only are correct. So answer is A. So which is correct here? Which is correct? Anta helidre illi A and B only are correct. So next, match column. Penicillium. Actually, cut now, penicillium, column 1 and column 2. Penicillium, what is a penicillium? Penicillium is one antibiotic. Next, Hydra. Hydra Hydra contains tentacles. Then sponge. Sponge is asymmetrical. You know that sponge are having no symmetry, they are asymmetrical organisms. Okay, so asymmetrical. Paramecium, they contain a cilia. So here answer is B. Answer is here B. Next, zygomorphic flower is found in. Iga ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ರೀತಿಯ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಝೈಗೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್. ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎನಿ ಪ್ಲೇನ್, ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಹೌಸ್. ಸಚ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಝೈಗೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ದೆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಯು ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಹೌಸ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಝೈಗೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ 4 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಝೈಗೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಯೆಲ್ಲೋ. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ aloe vera, the flower is like this. It is single flowers irutte makale. A single flowers ellavu kuda actinomorphic agirutte aloe vera dalli. Next one is potato. ಸೊ ಪೊಟ್ಯಾಟೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವುಗಳು ಈ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುವ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯು ಗೆಟ್ 2 equal halves. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ಅವುಗಳು ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಈಗ 4ನೇದು ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ನೋಡಿ, ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವುಗಳು 2 equal halves ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತವೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಆಕ್ಟಿನೋಮಾರ್ಫಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಪಿ. ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಪಿ is having a vexillary estivation. A standard petal is present. 2 keel petals are present. Sorry, 2 wing petals are present and 2 keel petals are present ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ you get 2 equal halves. That means they are zygomorphic. Okay, so here answer is garden P. C. Which one of the following statements are wrong? Which one of the following statements is wrong? Now, first one is sucrose is a disaccharide. Sucrose is made up of 2 monosaccharide units, that is glucose and fructose. So, since they contain 2 monosaccharide units, they are considered as disaccharides. So, this statement is correct. Cellulose is a polysaccharide. Yes, cellulose is made up of glucose units and they are joined together. Ellavu join agite. So they are joined together by one and they form a long chain of structure. It is a polysaccharide. It is a homopolysaccharide. It is a homopolysaccharide ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು single units present, like glucose is present. So it is a polysaccharide. So cellulose is a polysaccharide. That statement is correct. Uracil is a pyrimidine. So uracil is a pyrimidine. Pyrimidine anta helidare enu? Pyrimidine, you know that in case of nucleic acids, 2 types of nitrogenous bases are present. That is purine and pyrimidine. Adenine and guanine are purines, and cytosine and thymine are, as well as uridine are pyrimidines. Okay, so here ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? uracil is a pyrimidine ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರಿ, uracil is a pyrimidine. Now next is glycine is a sulfur containing amino acid. Now amino acid in structure and ನಾವು ತಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, amino acid is having amino group and then it contains COH group. One R variable group is present and then one H is present. So this is amino acid na ಒಂದು structure. ಈಗ amino acid ನ ಈ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು R ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ R ಗ್ರೂಪ್ H ಆದರೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? R ಗ್ರೂಪ್ H ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಅಮೈನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಗ್ಲೈಸಿನ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕರಿತೇವೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ R ಗ್ರೂಪ್ CH3 ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಲನಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರಿತೇವೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ಲೈಸಿನ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ಕಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಮೈನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ಕಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಮೈನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ಸೊ ಹಿಯರ್ ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ಕಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್, ಥ್ರಿಯೋನಿನ್ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಟ್ರಾ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ಕಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಮೈನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ಲೈಸಿನ್ ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ಕಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಮೈನೋ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಕಂಟೈನ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ H ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ. Extra, only H group is present. So this statement is wrong. This statement is wrong. So answer is D. Identify the correct option after reading the given statements. Now statement A, rubisco is most abundant protein in the whole biosphere. Why rubisco enzyme is required? Rubisco is an enzyme which is used during the photosynthesis in the formation of sugar. Okay, so this rubisco enzyme is ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. rubisco enzyme ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಶುಗರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ರುಬಿಸ್ಕೋ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರುಬಿಸ್ಕೋ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ರುಬಿಸ್ಕೋ ಈಸ್ ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ protein actually present in the universe. This is most abundant protein present in the universe. Okay, ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase oxidase ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಬಯೋಸ್ಫಿಯರ್. ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. Enzymes elevate the activation energy, making transition of the substance to product more easy. ಈಗ when the enzyme produces its product, ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವ, ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, when the substance changes into the product, it has to pass through one state called transition state. Transition state. In the transition state, it should contain some energy, and usually that energy is above the normal energy. Okay. ಸೊ ಈ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯಿಂದ ಇದು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಎನರ್ಜಿ, ಇದು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ. ನಾವು ದಿಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ. ಸೊ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಈ ಆಕ್ಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಯೂಸ್ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್, the activation energy required is less. So that means enzymes, they bring down the activation energy. ಅವುಗಳು elevate ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, they decrease the energy of activation. Okay, energy of activation ಅವುಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ, ಆಗ making the transition of substrate into the product more easy. So ಈ statement is wrong. That means statement A is correct, statement B is incorrect. So answer is A. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು, ಇದು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ಇದು ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ DNA synthesis takes place in, very easy question it is. You know that there are a interphase and mitotic phase. In the interphase, there are 3 stages. One is G1S and then G2 stage. In the G1 stage, what happens? G1 stage, the cell becomes metabolically active. And in the S stage, what happens? Here, DNA replication takes place. In the case of the animal, centrioles also divide. So, DNA replication takes place in the S phase. Then what happens in the G2 phase? G2 phase ಅಲ್ಲಿ proteins are synthesized for the formation of, ಅಥವಾ for the mitotic phase. Proteins are synthesized. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ answer is S phase. M phase ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, 4 stages are there in the mitosis: prophase, metaphase, anaphase and telophase. So here during the cell growth, DNA synthesis takes place in S phase. Find out the incorrect statement from the following. Here incorrect statement is asked. Dark reaction depends on the product formed by the light reaction. In case of the photosynthesis ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 2 process ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು light reaction, another one is dark reaction. The light reaction usually it needs energy, light energy. During the light reaction, ATP and NADPH are produced. And what happens in the dark reaction? In the dark reaction, the ATP and NADPH which are produced in the light reaction are used in the production of sugar. Okay, so ATP ಮತ್ತು NADPH production ಆದಂತದ್ದು light reaction production ಆದದ್ದು dark reaction ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Okay, light reaction ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Light reaction takes place in the membranes of the grana as well as lamellae. Lamellae membrane ಅಥವಾ grana membrane ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು formation ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Dark reaction takes place in the matrix. Now, light reaction depends on, dark reaction depends on the product formed by the light reaction. Sorry, light reaction ಅಲ್ಲಿ production ಆದಂತಹ ATP ಮತ್ತು NADPH ಅನ್ನು dark reaction ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದು statement correct. In stroma, enzymatic reactions incorporates CO2 into the plant, leading to the synthesis of the sugar. Yes, correct. ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಡಾರ್ಕ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುವುದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು CO2 ಅನ್ನು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತವೆ and they help in the formation of the sugar. That is correct. Purple and green sulfur bacteria use H2S as hydrogen donor. ಈಗ ಈ ಫೋಟೋಸಿಂಥಸಿಸ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಇವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರುವಂತ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾರ್ನೆಲಿಯಸ್ ನೀಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿ ಸ್ಟಡಿಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಅವನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಡೊನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ? ಇನ್ ದ synthesis of the sugar. Sugar synthesis aglikke hydrogen donor is water. And after donating hydrogen, what is remaining? Oxygen. And this oxygen is releasing outside. So avanu ade experiment annu purple ಮತ್ತು green sulfur ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದರೆ purple and green sulfur bacteria use hydrogen sulfide. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ hydrogen act as the donor. ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಡೋನರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇದು H2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ದೇ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಸಲ್ಫರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಲ್ಫರ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಡೋನರ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ and oxygen is released from the water only during the photosynthesis. So this statement is also correct. Light reaction results in the formation of ATP and NADPH2 and carbon dioxide. So ATP NADPH production ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರಿ ಅದು, ಆದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ is not produced during the light reaction. So this statement is wrong. So here they find out incorrect statement ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So here incorrect statement is D. Next, 16th question. In both aerobic and anaerobic respiration, which same product is formed? During the respiration, three important steps occur. They are, first one is glycolysis, second one is Krebs cycle, third one is electron transport system. Now this glycolysis takes place in all organisms. In all, that is aerobic as well as anaerobic organisms, glycolysis that is a stage takes place. Okay, ಆದರೆ Krebs cycle ಮತ್ತೆ electron transport system ಆಗೋದು aerobic organism ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. anaerobic organism ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ glycolysis ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ? ಫರ್ಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏರೋಬಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎನಡೋಬಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಗಾನಿಸಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಗ್ಲೈಕೋಲಿಸಿಸ್ ನ ಎಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾವುದು? ಗ್ಲೂಕೋಸ್ 6 ಫಾಸ್ಫೇಟ್, ಫ್ರಕ್ಟೋಸ್ 6 ಫಾಸ್ಫೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Pyruvic acid is produced. So pyruvic acid is a common product produced in aerobic as well as anaerobic respiration. Okay, so answer is here B. Answer is here B. Lactic acid ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Lactic acid is produced in the lactic acid fermentation. Lactic dehydrogenase ಈ pyruvic acid ನಿಂದ lactic dehydrogenase enzyme ನಿಂದ lactic acid is produced. Okay, so in the muscles or in case of other organisms ಇಲ್ಲಿ lactic acid is produced. Then citric acid ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Citric acid is produced during the Krebs cycle. During the Krebs cycle, okay, it is produced. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ Krebs cycle ನಮಗೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, Krebs cycle ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಆಗುವುದು ಏರೋಬಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಎನಡೋಬಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ Krebs cycle ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸಿಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ದೆನ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತದ್ದು ಬೇಡ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಿ. Okay, now next is 17th question. Depolarization of nerves occurs due to. Now, what is polarization and what is depolarization? In case of the nerves, inside, that is in the axoplasm, they contain in the exoplasm, they contain a negative charge, and outside the exoplasm, that is in a extracellular space, they contain positive charge. Positive charge is because of the presence of more Na+ ions, and negative charge inside is because of negatively charged proteins, as well as K+ ions are also present here. So when this condition is present, this condition is known as polarized anta heltare. Athava idu resting potential. Potential which is generated across the membrane is called resting potential antele karitare. Now when the stimulus is applied, yavaga ondu idralli stimulus haaktevo aga enagatte, now sodium ions are there, no, they move inside. Sodium ions ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. So ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, and this is called influx ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. Influx. So sodium ions from outside enter inside, and by entering of these sodium ions inside, that exoplasm becomes positively charged, and compared to that, outside becomes water negatively charged. So ಇಲ್ಲಿ question ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಏನು? Depolarization of the nerves occurs due to. Illi depolarization agate when the influx of the Na+ ions take place, then depolarization of the nerves takes place. First yaudu action idralli resting potential ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? Polarized. Illi when the stimulus is applied, then the nerve becomes depolarized. Depolarized ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ depolarized condition ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಯಾವ ions ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? That is sodium ions. ಇದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Influx of the sodium ions takes place here, not efflux. Efflux ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Efflux ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರೋದು, ಇಫ್ಲಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದು. ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇದು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಎ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ದ ಫಾಲೋವಿಂಗ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏರ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದ process of the respiration. Respiration process ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಏರ್ is inspired or expired, etc. are given here. Okay, let's see the for column 1 and column 2. Tidal volume. Tidal volume means the volume of air inspired or expired during the normal breathing. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ಯೂಶುವಲಿ ಟೈಡಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, 500 ml of air. Next, inspirated reserve volume, that is extra volume of air inspired more than the tidal volume. It is known as inspiratory reserve volume. Inspiratory reserve volume estirutte usually 2500 to 3000 ml of air. Next, expiratory reserve volume, the volume of air which is expired during the expired more than the normal tidal volume, more than the tidal volume, it is called expiratory reserve volume. It is about 1000 to 1100 ml. Okay, then next is and next is the residual volume. Residual volume means the volume of air which remains in the lung even after the forceful expiration. That is called residual volume. So residual volume estirutte? Residual volume is usually 1000 to 1200 ml irutte residual volume. The next one is vital capacity. Vital capacity is normal capacity of the lung. Okay. So next is vital capacity. Residual volume is 1200. Residual capacity is the capacity, total capacity of the lung. Okay, so that is called residual capacity. Vital capacity. Vital capacity anta helidre eno? Inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reservoir volume plus tidal volume ಇದು ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೇರಿದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ವೈಟಲ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ. ಹಿಯರ್ ಟೈಡಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ 1C ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಟರಿ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ A 2A, ಸೊ 2A ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್. ಸೊ answer is here B. Answer is here B. Next, cells named podocytes occur in the walls of. This question is from the excretion and excretory product, elimination and excretory product. Illinda bandanta question idu. Iga in the nephron structure ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. The Bowman's capsule is present. Bowman's capsule, it having two layers, outer layer and inner layer. The inner layer is, it contains some type of cells. These cells are called podocytes. These podocytes are branched cells like this. And since they form branching, they form a type of pores in between, and that pores are called slit pores. Through these slit pores, filtration of the blood takes place. Okay, so slit pores are formed. Now these podocytes are present in the inner wall of the Bowman's capsule. Okay, so illi question kelideno, cells named podocytes occur in the wall of inner wall of Bowman's capsule. So here the diagram is shown here. See this is the inner wall of the Bowman's capsule. They contain podocytes. Podocytes are highly branched structures. See this one like this. So they form slit pores. So answer is here D. Sarcoplasmic reticulum is a storehouse of which ion? This question is from the muscle and movement. In case of the structure of the muscle structure nodlikke hodre, they contain myofibrils like this. Outside it contains a membrane called sarcolemma. Inside sarcoplasm is present. The reticulum, that is endoplasmic reticulum present here, is called sarcoplasmic reticulum. ಇದನ್ನು ಸಾರ್ಕೋಪ್ಲಾಸಮಿಕ್ ರೆಟಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಾರ್ಕೋಪ್ಲಾಸಮಿಕ್ ರೆಟಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಕಂಟೈನ್ಸ್ ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಸಿಯಂ ಅಯಾನ್ಸ್. Now why these calcium ions are required? Calcium ions are very much essential for the contraction of the muscle fiber. During the muscle contraction, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, muscle contraction ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಯೋಸಿನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆಕ್ಟಿನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೋಪೋಮಯೋಸಿನ್, ಟ್ರೋಪೋನಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಟ್ರೋಪೋನಿನ್ ಜಾಗ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಸಿಯಂ ಬಂದು ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಮಯೋಸಿನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಆಕ್ಟಿನ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ in that way, for the contraction of the muscle fiber, here calcium is very much essential. So calcium is present in the sarcoplasmic reticulum. So answer is here calcium. A. Match the animals given in column A with their location in column B. Here, column A, this from this question, let's study some of the questions from second PUC chapters. Column A, idaralli extinct animals are given, and column B, idaralli country in which this was occurred adannu kottidare. Okay, now next dodo has become extinct from Mauritius. Then quagga is from the Africa. Thylacine is from Australia. Stellar sea cow is from Russia. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ ಆನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿಂದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಚೂಸ್ ದ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಡೋಡೋ ಈಸ್ ಸಿ, 1C ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೋಡುವ 1C. ಸೊ 1C ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೆನ್ ಕೊಗ್ಗ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2A ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, 2A ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದೆ. ದೆನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ 3B, 3D. So this is the answer. So answer is here D. Answer is here D. A man with blood group A marries a woman with blood group B, which are all the possible blood groups of their offspring. Now, you know that blood group is controlled by a gene called I. Isohemoagglutinogen ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಈ ಜೀನ್ ಅನ್ನು. There are 3 types of alleles, IA, IB and I. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವಿತ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ A marries a woman with blood group B ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಮೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಹೆಟ್ರೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹೋಮೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಟ್ರೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲದಾಗ ನಾವು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಬೋತ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಎರಡನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಹೋಮೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದು IA ಮ್ಯಾರೀಸ್ IB. ಹೀಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ದ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ IA ಅಂಡ್ IB ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ AB ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಹೆಟ್ರೋಜೈಗಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ IA IB ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಏನಾಗಬಹುದು, ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ IA ಹೀಗಾಗಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ IA IB ಹೀಗೆ ಆಗಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ IB ಹೀಗೆ ಆಗಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಹೀಗೂ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ದ offspring the offsprings contain all type of blood groups. That means blood group may be AB or O. So answer is here C. Which one of the following conditions of the zygotic cell would lead to the birth of a normal human child? ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಝೈಗೋಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಯು ನೋ ದಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮೇಲ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಆಟೋಸೋಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ XY chromosomes are present, and in case of the females autosome plus XX chromosomes are present. That females produce egg X which contain only X chromosomes. Males contain either sperms either with the X chromosome or with the Y chromosome. If the sperm with the X chromosome combines with the egg with the X chromosome, then the zygote is produced. The zygote contains 2 XX chromosomes. And if the sperm with the Y chromosome combines with the egg with the X chromosome, then the zygote contains XY chromosomes along with the autosomes. So if zygote is having 2 XX chromosome, then the child will become female. So ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು, zygote ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 X chromosomes should be present. Okay, so answer is here A. The function of FSH in male is, in case of hormones, the pituitary gland secretes 2 gonadotrophins, FSH and LH. What is the function of LH? LH, in case of males, they act on the Leydig cells and they help in secretion of androgen. Then in case of females, LH helps in ovulation. In case of females, FSH ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? FSH it helps in the formation of the follicles, And what happens in case of the males? Males ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? In case of the males, these FSH hormones, they act on the Sertoli cells and they stimulate secretion of some factors. For what? They help in spermiogenesis. What is spermiogenesis? In case of during spermatogenesis, what happens? The spermatogonial cells, they divide and they form a primary spermatocyte. From the primary spermatocyte, secondary spermatocyte is produced, and from the secondary spermatocyte, spermatids are produced. Spermatids are not actual sperms, and these spermatids, they change and either structurally ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ change ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, like they condense, then the flagella is formed and the long tail is formed and acrosome is formed, like that they change a little bit, and then from a spermatid spermatozoa is produced. Spermatid ನಿಂದ spermatozoa formation ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, that process is known as spermiogenesis. That is called spermiogenesis. Now, these Sertoli cells, they secrete some factors which is responsible for spermiogenesis. Okay, spermiogenesis. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ question ಏನು? Options ನೋಡಿ, they act on the Leydig cells and stimulate secretion of factors responsible for spermiation. No, they do not act on the Leydig cells. Only LH hormone acts on the Leydig cells and they secrete androgens. Illi what is spermiation anta heli nodidre, the release of the sperms from the seminiferous tubule is called spermiation. Okay, act on the Sertoli cells and stimulate secretion of factors responsible for spermatogenesis. No, acts on the Leydig cells and they secrete androgen. Of course, from that spermatogenesis process increases. Okay, adre illi adu agodilla. Act on the interstitial cells and stimulate secretion of factors responsible for spermatogenesis. Idu kuda tappu. Okay, so answer is here D. Answer is here D. Lippus loop is a, this is about reproductive health chapter in the Bandanta question, and there are we are studying about contraceptives in that chapter. What are the contraceptives? They prevent conception or they prevent fertilization. And what is Lippus loop? There are different types of contraceptive devices, like the physiological method is present, then the barriers are there, intrauterine devices are there, and implants, etc. are there, pill method, etc. are there. Now, Lippus loop comes under intrauterine devices. Intrauterine devices are the devices which are inserted into the uterus. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂರು ಟೈಪ್ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ನಾನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಪರ್ ರಿಲೀಸಿಂಗ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ರಿಲೀಸಿಂಗ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಪ್ಪಸ್ ಲೂಪ್ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಲಿಪ್ಪಸ್ ಲೂಪ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ನಾನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಯುಟರೈನ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್, ನಾನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಲಿಪ್ಪಸ್ ಲೂಪ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ವಾಟ್? Structure associated with the nephron? No, they are not associated with the nephron. Structure associated with the male reproductive system. Structure associated with the human heart. The answer is here again D, contraceptive device of females. Mendel's law of independent assortment is applicable for. Mendel was successful in his experiment because he took the characters which are present in the chromosome and the characters are not linked, they are separated. ಅವನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ತಗೊಂಡು, ಅವನು ತುಂಬಾ ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಅವನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಾವಾಗ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಗ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಗ ಅವುಗಳು ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆದಾಗ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆದಾಗ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಗೆಮಿಟೋಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಬಹುದು, ಇದು ಕಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಓವರ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ಹಿ ಗಾಟ್ 4 types ಆಫ್ ಗ್ಯಾಮಿಟ್ಸ್. ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ರೌಂಡ್, ರಿಂಕಲ್ಡ್, ಎಲ್ಲೋ, ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಟ್. ಓಕೆ, 4 types of the gametes were produced because he used the characters. That characters were present apart, ತುಂಬಾ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ದೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೆ, ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೆ, ಆಗ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಅಸಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಸಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್, ಹತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ he got a result 9:3:3:1, but the same experiment was done by Morgan and he did not get the same result. And then he proposed the thing that is about linkage and recombination ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಅವನು ಪ್ರಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ. ಯಾರು? ಮಾರ್ಗನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಲಿಂಕೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ the genes are present as a linked. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ Mendel's law of independent assortment applicable for non-linked genes. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮೆಂಡೆಲ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಸಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಬಲ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ಅಸಾರ್ಟ್. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಬಲ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ನಾನ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ಡ್ ಜೀನ್ಸ್. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಡಿ. Male is homogametic in case of sex determination. We have studied that in a grasshopper the X chromosome is present in case of females, and in case of males XO ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು X chromosome ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. The gametes produced by the males are of 2 types. One is with the X chromosome, another one is with the no X chromosome. So 2 types of the gametes are produced along with the autosomes, of course. In case of human being also, we have 2 X chromosomes are present in the case of the female, and XY chromosomes are present in the male, and X chromosome and Y chromosomes are present in different sperms. That means in case of the grasshopper, in case of the human beings, even in case of the Drosophila, the males are heterogametic. Heterogametic means 2 types of the gametes are produced by the males. But the females are homogametic because only 1 type of eggs are produced by the females. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೋಮೋಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೌಲ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ZZ and ZW type of sex determination is present. Here males are with the ZZ chromosomes, same chromosomes ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ the males sperm contain, all sperms contain Z chromosomes, but in case of the females some X may contain Z chromosome or some X may contain W chromosome. That means females are heterogametic. Females are heterogametic and males are homogametic. So answer is here. So answer is here. Answer is found. A bacteriophage Psi-174 has ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ದ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯೋಫೇಜ್ ಈಸ್ 5386 ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ಸ್. ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯೋಫೇಜ್ Psi-174 ಈಸ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ್ಸ್ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬೇಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾರ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಡಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್, ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್? 5000 single stranded DNA. So answer is C. 5386 nucleotides are present. Okay, the Hershey-Chase experiments show the following steps chronologically. You have studied about the Hershey-Chase experiment, and it is an unequivocal proof to show that DNA is the genetic material. And what they did is they took a virus, and in the virus they grew the virus in the presence of sulfur as well as phosphorus. S35 and P32 and S35 they grew that, and then they conducted the experiment and they infected the bacteria with the viruses, and then ಅದನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ they blended ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, you know that virus, when the bacteria are infected with the viruses, only the DNA content enters into the viruses, the protein content will remain outside. When the blending was done, the protein content was remained outside, it was completely moved outside, and only DNA was entered inside. Okay, so that is a process of blending. Then it was centrifugation was done. Centrifugation aguvaga, the DNA which is present, it settles down and supernatant contains proteins. So supernatant alli protein ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ DNA ಇರುತ್ತೆ. So ಈ ಮೂರು process ಅನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. So the first one is infection, second one is blending, third one is centrifugation. So by this experiment they proved that DNA is the genetic material. Okay, so first one is infection, second one is blending, third one is centrifugation. So this is these are the three steps. Answer is here D. In eukaryotes, RNA polymerase 3 is responsible for synthesis of. So in case of the eukaryotes, there are three types of RNA polymerases. One is RNA polymerase 1, second RNA polymerase 2, and 3. Now, what is the function of RNA polymerase 1? RNA polymerase, it helps in synthesis of different types of RNAs. Yaudu 28S RNA, 18S RNA, and 5.8S RNAs. And it is done by RNA polymerase 1. Then RNA polymerase 3 en madutte. RNA polymerase 3, it helps in synthesis of tRNA, 5S rRNA, and then small nuclear RNA, snRNA. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ RNA polymerase 2 ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? RNA polymerase 2, it helps in the synthesis of hnRNA ಅಥವಾ heterogeneous nuclear RNA, and later it changes into the mRNA. It changes into the mRNA. Okay, so ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? In eukaryotes, RNA polymerase 3 is responsible for the synthesis of tRNA, 5S rRNA, and snRNA. Answer is here C. In sickle cell anemia, which amino acid modification occurs in beta chain of amino acid? You know that sickle cell anemia is because of change in the single nucleotide. Single nucleotide ಬದಲಾಗಿ sickle cell anemia ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. In the mRNA, instead of UAG, instead of in sickle cell anemia, instead of UAG, is here UGA is present instead of UA. That's instead of A, instead of UAG, here in place of A, U is present. So here, because of change in the single nucleotide, the sickle cell anemia occurs. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ sickle cell anemia ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? There is a change in the formation of the amino acid. So ಯಾವ amino acid ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The amino acid which is changed is glutamic acid changes into the valine. What happens when the glutamic acid changes into the valine? ಈಗ ಒಂದು RBC ಯಲ್ಲಿ RBC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಮೋಗ್ಲೋಬಿನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಹಿಮೋಗ್ಲೋಬಿನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ಲುಟಾಮಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಬದಲು ವ್ಯಾಲಿನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ವ್ಯಾಲಿನ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಟು ಕಂಬೈನ್ ವಿತ್ ಒನ್ ಅನದರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇಟ್ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಪಾಲಿಮರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಚೈನ್ಸ್. ಈ ಹಿಮೋಗ್ಲೋಬಿನ್ ಚೈನ್ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಟಿಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆದಾಗ ಈ ಸೆಲ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ RBC changes into the sickle shape. So that sickle shape is because of the presence of valine. So here glutamic acid changes into the valine. Okay. So next is which one of the following statements is correct? Hard outer layer of pollen is called intine. The statement is correct anta heli kelidare here. Hard outer layer of pollen is called intine. No, in case of the pollen grains, there are two layers. Outer layer is called exine, inner layer is known as intine. Okay. So outer layer is called what? Exine. This statement is wrong. Sporogenous tissue is haploid. In the microsporangium, if you study, outside is epidermis, inside is endothelium, next is middle layer. ಇದರ ಒಳಗಡೆ tapetum, ಆಮೇಲೆ sporogenous tissue is present. ಈ sporogenous tissue haploid or diploid? Sporogenous tissue is diploid. This diploid tissue later changes into the spores or microspores, and these microspores, they are actually haploid. Okay, they are haploid. So sporogenous tissue is what? Diploid. This statement is wrong. Endothelium produces the microspores. ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಎಪಿಡರ್ಮಿಸ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುವಂತದ್ದು ಎಂಡೋಥೇಶಿಯಂ ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್. ಈ ಮೂರು ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ದೇ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಇನ್ ಡೆಹಿಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪೋಲನ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ಸ್. ಪೋಲನ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ಸ್ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. And they do not produce microspores. Microspores are produced by the sporogenous tissue. Okay. Tapetum nourishes the developing pollen. What is tapetum? Illi mooralli idu epidermis, endothelium, middle layer, idu tapetum. You know that tapetum nourishes the developing pollen grains. Pollen grains ge food koduvantadu idu tapetum. So this statement is correct. Understood? So illi which one of the following statement correct anta kelidare? So answer is here D. Next, amphibians evolved from. Now amphibians evolved. This question is from chapter evolution. Amphibians now evolution na ಒಂದು study ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, about 200 million years ago the small celled organisms were produced, and then they changed into the different complex organisms later. Then they for about 300 million thousand years ago, so then they produce into the lobed fin like fishes. Fish like organisms started to evolve on this earth, and they were present in water, and they had stout fins ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಫಿನ್ಸ್ ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ they started to move on the land. Okay, and this type of the fishes were known as lobed fin fishes, and when they started to move onto the land, they started to change their body slowly. From this lobed fin like fishes, they evolved into amphibians. ಅವುಗಳಿಂದ amphibians ಬಂತು. So lobed fin fishes ನಿಂದ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? Amphibians. Okay, so amphibians are evolved from lobed fin fishes. ಇಲ್ಲಿ synapsid ಮತ್ತೆ sauropsid ಅಂತಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, and these two are reptiles. These are reptiles, and ಇವುಗಳಿಂದ reptiles ಆದದ್ದು amphibians ನಿಂದ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆದದ್ದು, ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇವುಗಳು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೈಕಾಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್. ಸೈಕಾಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸೈಕಾಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳು, ಇವುಗಳು ಜುರಾಸಿಕ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಟ್ರಯಾಸಿಕ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಈವನ್ ದ Sauropsid and synapsids were more common in the Jurassic, Triassic, Permian period. ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಲೋಬ್ಡ್ ಫಿನ್ ಫಿಶಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಆಂಫಿಬಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಿ. So match the columns. This question is also from chapter evolution. Column 1, prehistoric cave art. ಅದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಆದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಬೌಟ್ 18,000 years ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಬೌಟ್ 10,000 years ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಓಕೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ನಿಯಾಂಡರ್ತಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಅದು ವೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಇವಾಲ್ವ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಬೌಟ್ So prehistoric art, agriculture, Neanderthal, Homo erectus, and Neanderthal. About 40,000 to 1 lakh years ago, and Homo erectus 1.5 million years ago. Okay. So what are the options? Prehistoric cave art, 1B antali kelidare. So 1B illide. So answer is C. Answer is C. Coconut water of tender coconut is, in case of tender coconut, the endosperm is produced. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಂಡೋಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಎಂಡೋಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ cells they divide. The primary endosperms divide and they produce endosperm. ಈ ಎಂಡೋಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಕೊಕೊನಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಕೊಕೊನಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ದ ಎಂಡೋಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ the cell divides and it produces only nucleus. So large number of the nucleus is produced and it is known as nuclear type of endosperm. Nuclear endosperm. Okay. Then later cell is formed at the side. And cell type of the endosperm is called cellular endosperm. In case of coconut, the tender ಅಥವಾ watery structure is present. That is nothing but the endosperm. ಆದರೆ ಆ endosperm ಯಾವುದು? Free nuclear endosperm. Okay. So ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ kernel ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು cellular endosperm. We have studied this one. So answer is here A. Which of the following is not a feature of plasmids? What are plasmids? Plasmids are the extra chromosomal, circular, double-stranded structures present in the cytoplasm of the bacteria. Now, these plasmids are having some characters. ಯಾವುದು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನೋಡುವ. First, independent replication. Of course, plasmids, they are having one capacity of independent replication. They are present independent of the chromosomes. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಆದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದರ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಮಿಡ್ಸ್. ಈ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಮಿಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗೋ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್. ಈ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗೋ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ it is having one ability of independent replication. So this is correct. Circular in structure. ನಾನು ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್. ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರೇಬಲ್, ಎಸ್. It can be transferred to from one cell to the other cell. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, this ability of the plasmid is used in the recombinant DNA technology. It is taken out from the cell and then it is changed. ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಜೀನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹಾಕುದು, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡುದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕುದು. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರೇಬಲ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಒಂದು ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾಗಿದೆ. ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರೇಬಲ್. ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡೆಡ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಈಗಲೇ. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಡಬಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡೆಡ್. It is not single stranded, it is a double stranded. So plasmids are double stranded, circular and extra chromosomal structures. Okay, so answer is here D. Select the true statements from the following. Insulin from animal source may develop allergy in some patients. Before ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ರಿಕಾಂಬಿನೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಎನ್ಎ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲದಾಗ, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದಾಗ, ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಆನಿಮಲ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗಿವನ್ ಟು ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಓಕೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥ ರೀತಿಯ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್, ಆನಿಮಲ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ನ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರೂ. ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಮೆಚೂರ್ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್. ಈಗ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಸೊ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಅದರ ನಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಮೆಚೂರ್ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಅದೇ ತನ್ನಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. So then A strand A and B are joined together and insulin is produced in our body. C peptide irodilla. So C peptide is not present in the mature insulin. Mature insulin C peptide irodilla. Okay. Adre recombinant DNA andre bere ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸಿ ಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ನಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಸೆಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ರಿಕಾಂಬಿನೆಂಟ್ ಥೆರಪ್ಯೂಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅನ್ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೊಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಾಟ್ ಈ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ರಿಕಾಂಬಿನೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಎನ್ಎ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ರಿಕಾಂಬಿನೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಎನ್ಎ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಸೈಡ್ ಇಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮಸ್ಯೂಟಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಮ್ಯುನೊಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಲರ್ಜೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅನ್ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೊಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. Then insulin can be administered orally to the diabetic patient. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಎಲಿ ಲಿಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಕಂಪನಿ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎ ಮತ್ತು ಬಿ ಚೈನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಿ ಜೀನ್ಸ್ ದ chains are produced and then later they were combined by the formation of disulfide bond. Insulin was produced. That process you know that. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟದಂತಹ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಡ್ ಓರಲಿ ಟು ದ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಗೆ ಓರಲಿ ಕೊಡಬಹುದಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓರಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ನೀವು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಡೈಜೆಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್. ಸಿ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಓರಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೈಜೆಷನ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇಂಟ್ರಾವೇನಸ್ಲಿ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್, ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಾಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಟ್ರೂ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಫಾಲೋವಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ D. 1, 2, and 3 only, they are true statements. Then read the following 4 statements. In transcription, coding strand is copied onto the mRNA. ಈ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ DNA ಎರಡು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. So this strand is called template strand. So 3' to 5'. This is 5' to 3'. This strand is called coding strand. A template strand is the it gives rise to mRNA, not the coding strand. So first statement nodi, coding strand is copied onto the mRNA. This statement is wrong. Regulation of lack of operon by repressor is referred as positive regulation. ಈಗ repressor protein ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, when the repressor protein is produced, when the repressor protein is produced, this protein goes and binds with the operator region. ಈ protein ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ operator region ಗೆ bind ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. When it binds the operator region, then it does not produce the proteins. ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸರ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಆಪರೇಟರ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಗೆ ಬೈಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಆಗ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಜೀನ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸರ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಆಗ ಜೀನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ಸ್. ಇದನ್ನು ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ positive regulation. Okay, so regulation of lack operon by repressor is called negative regulation, not positive regulation. The human genome has approximately 50,000 genes. Actually, as a genome project study prakara, here human genome has 30,000 genes, not 50,000 genes. Okay, so here this statement is wrong. This also, hemophilia is a sex-linked recessive disease. Yes, hemophilia is a sex-linked recessive disease because hemophilia formation ಮಾಡುವಂತ gene is present on X chromosomes, and since it is present on X chromosome, this is called sex-linked recessive disease ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. Okay, so hemophilia ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it's a disease where the continuous bleeding takes place if there is any wound in a body. Okay, so this statement is correct. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, how many of the above statements are right ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Only one is right here. So answer is C. Answer is C. If two persons with AB blood group marry and have sufficiently large number of children, these children could be classified as A blood group, AB blood group, B blood group in 1:2:1 ratio. Modern technique of protein electrophoresis reveals the presence of both A and B type of proteins in AB blood group individuals. This is an example for a very simple question. It is in case of AB blood groups, A, B, AB ಮತ್ತು O blood group ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. And if IA and IB both are present, then such condition produces AB blood group. Since both genes are present here, both alleles are present here, and both alleles express their characters, this is a type of the cross. It is known as codominance antele karitare. So this mechanism is called codominance. In case of codominance, both alleles express their own characters. Okay, so ಇಲ್ಲಿ IA ಮತ್ತು IB ಎರಡು alleles ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತವೆ. So this is an example for what? Codominance. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇನ್ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಡಾಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? We have studied about incomplete dominance. R and R, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡೂ ಕೂಡ alleles ಇದೆ. One allele is incompletely dominant over the other allele and it produces intermediate character, and this is incomplete dominance. Pink colored is produced. Partial dominance, this is also incomplete dominance. Complete dominance. Complete dominance, here we have studied the example of tall and dwarf. In case of the tall and dwarf, the crossing takes place, then the organism with this type of genotype, it produces only the tall character, and this type of mechanism is called complete dominance, where one single allele completely expresses its character and suppresses the character of other one. Okay, so ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಟಿ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಟಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂತದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಡಾಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಹಿಯರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕೋಡಾಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಎ. Read the assertion and reason carefully, and to mark the correct option of the options given below. Assertion: in RNA, uracil is found in the place of thymine. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, in case of DNA, adenine and guanine are the purines, and cytosine and thymine are the pyrimidines. In case of RNA, instead of thymine, uracil is present. So this statement is correct. Now what is uracil? Uracil is nothing but the thymine ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. Thymine is present in case of the DNA. So what is thymine then? So thymine is nothing but 5-methyl uracil ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಥೈಮಿನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯುರಾಸಿಲ್ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಎರಡು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎರಡು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಿಯರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ is also correct. 5-methyl uracil is a chemical name for thymine. This statement is also correct. So both assertion and reason are true, and reason is a correct explanation for the assertion. So answer is here A. Next, an inverted pyramid of biomass is seen in forest ecosystem, grassland ecosystem, then aquatic ecosystem, and desert ecosystem. Inverted pyramid of biomass. ಈಗ pyramid of biomass ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, depending on the weight, they are gram per meter square, they are made into a chart. So the pyramid is drawn according to that. So producers, primary consumer, secondary consumer, tertiary consumer, ಈ ರೀತಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ರೈಟ್ pyramid ಇದ್ದಾಗ, in case the producer biomass is more, in the primary consumer biomass is less compared to the producer, in the secondary consumer biomass is less compared to the primary consumer. ಆದರೆ in case the inverted ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ, inverted is like this. Here in producer biomass is less, consumer biomass is more, in the secondary consumer biomass is still more. So ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ? This is observed in the aquatic ecosystem. This is observed in the aquatic ecosystem because in the aquatic ecosystem, producers are phytoplanktons ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ smallest organisms which are floating in the water. They are phytoplanktons and they are eaten by the small fishes. Now phytoplanktons, their mass is less, ಅದರ ಮಾಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ವೇಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಶಸ್ ನ ವೇಟ್ ಗೆ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಈ ಫೈಟೋಪ್ಲಾಂಕ್ಟನ್ ನ ಮಾಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಮಾಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಫಿಶಸ್ ಗೆ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಫಿಶಸ್ ನ ಮಾಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ pyramid which is seen in the aquatic ecosystem. Answer is here C. Rivette-Popper hypothesis was proposed by. What this Rivette-Popper hypothesis explains? It explains about the mechanism of extinction. So, ಈಗ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು, when you are traveling in an aeroplane, if you are taking a rivet, if every person who is traveling in the aeroplane, he takes out the rivet ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸ್ಕ್ರೂ ಅನ್ನು ತಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಸ್ಲೋಲಿ ಅಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ the flight safety is not so much affected, but slowly later the flight safety is affected. ಅದು ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಏನು ಅಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಲೇಟರ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬಿಕೇಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಟು ದ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. And adu kuda kelavu key species are present. If the key species become extinct, this is more problematic and immediately the effect is seen. So this hypothesis was proposed by which scientist antali kelidare? It was proposed by Paul Ehrlich. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಮೇ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ? ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಮೇ says that about 7 million species are present on this earth. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಅರ್ತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 7 million species ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಮೇ. ವಾನ್ ಹಂಬೋಲ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ವಾನ್ ಹಂಬೋಲ್ಟ್ he explained about species area relationship. Andre if the area is increased, then species accumulation also increases to some extent up to a limit anta heltane, and this is explained by, it was proposed by von Humboldt. Species area relationship was explained by von Humboldt. Then Edward Wilson ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ? and Edward Wilson he popularized the term biodiversity ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಎಡ್ವರ್ಡ್ ವಿಲ್ಸನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಪೌಲ್ ಎರ್ಲಿಚ್. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿ. Which one of the following statements about the particular entity is true? Centromere is found in animal cells which produces aster during cell division. Centromere ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ it has 2 chromatids. Chromosome has 2 chromatids. The chromatids are joined together at the region. This is called centromere. And the centromere has nothing to do with the aster formation. Aster formation is produced by the centrioles present in the cell. Okay, so centrioles ninda microtubules formation ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ aster formation ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ centromere ನಿಂದ ಇದು ಆಗುವುದು ಅಲ್ಲ. So centromere found in animal cells produces aster in the cell division. This statement is wrong. ಅದು centriole ಅಂತ ಆಗಬೇಕು, centromere ಅಲ್ಲ. Centriole is present in the animal cells. Sorry. The gene for producing insulin is present in everyone's cell. Yes, the gene to produce insulin is present in all cells, but it is active only in the pancreatic cell. Adre pancreatic cell alli matra adu active ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, and then insulin is produced by the pancreatic beta cells. Okay, so this statement is correct. Next, nucleosome is formed of nucleotides. What is nucleosome? Nucleosome contains histone proteins. Idu histone protein, and around the DNA is wrapped. ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ DNA wrap ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. So ಈ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾವು ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಸೋಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಸೋಮ್ does not contain nucleotides. What are nucleotides then? Nucleotides are present in nucleic acids. Nucleic acids ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ DNA ಮತ್ತೆ RNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಸೋಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದು DNA ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವುದು? ಹಿಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್. So this is wrong. Heterochromatin are loosely packed regions of chromatin. ಈಗ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಸೋಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಎ ಬೀಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್, ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೀಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್, and called condensed. And in some regions ಈ chromatin ಅಲ್ಲಿ in some region, they are highly condensed regions, and highly condensed regions are called heterochromatin. Loosely condensed regions are called euchromatin. So heterochromatin are highly condensed regions, euchromatin are loosely condensed region. Hagadare illi heterochromatin are loosely condensed region ideyalla adu wrong. Actually adu ಏನು ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, euchromatin ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. So illi which is actually true ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So answer is here B. GFC, grazing food chain, is a major conduit for energy flow in. There are two types of food chains. One is grazing food chain. Another one is detritus food chain. Detritus food chain. In case of grazing food chain, the one organism is eaten by the another organism. This type of the grazing food chain is more common in the aquatic ecosystem, that is pond ecosystem. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ತಿಂತದೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಮೇನ್ ದ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಲೇ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸಿಗುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ, aquatic ecosystem ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ in case of terrestrial ecosystem ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, in case of the terrestrial ecosystem, the detritus food chain is main. It is a energy transfer takes place mainly through the detritus food chain in the terrestrial ecosystem. Okay, so here answer is pond ecosystem. Answer is B. Identify the correct equation for population density at the time t. Population density is fluctuated by the four factors. One is natality, second one is mortality, third one is immigration, fourth one is emigration. So natality is birth rate, mortality is death rate, immigration is transfer of the people from one place to the other place, that is entering, and emigration means exit, that is exiting from the place. Okay, so that is immigration. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ನ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ NT ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಅದರ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ NT+1 after 1 year, that is NT+1, what is the population density ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ T+1 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೇಗಿರಬಹುದು ಅದರ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಮೊದಲಿದ್ದು ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವ, ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅದು NT. ದೆನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇಮಿಗ್ರೇಷನ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಮಿಗ್ರೇಷನ್, ಮೈನಸ್ ಡೆತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ತೀರಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಎಮಿಗ್ರೇಷನ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆ ಜಾಗದಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಮಿಗ್ರೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ equation for this one, for population density at a time T+1. So ಇಲ್ಲಿ NT+1 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ NT plus B plus I minus D plus E. This is the answer. 46. Which of the following is not true about the predators? If you study about the predators are having some characters. Some characters are given here, how they are important to the ecosystem. According to that, the characters are given here. Let's see what are applicable to these predators. They keep prey population under control. Yes, when the predators are present, prey population is under control. ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಆಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕಪ್ಪೆ ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರೀ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್. ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ದೇ ಮೇ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಇನ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಎ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ by reducing intensity of competition among competing prey species. When these predators are present, the prey population is under the control and they do not compete among themselves. ಯಾವಾಗ ಪ್ರಿಡೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಆಗ ಪ್ರೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಅವುಗಳು ತಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವುಗಳು ಕಾಂಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವುಗಳು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. And this was explained by using Pisaster starfish in the intertidal region of America, sea coast, where Pisaster starfish was, if it is eliminated, then all the invertebrates present in that region were became extinct, it seems. So that was studied. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಪ್ರಿಡೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಆಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅವುಗಳು ತಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಇದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ದ existence is also normal. So this is correct. Then they are prudent in nature. Prudent means they are sensible in nature. Sensible. That means they do not kill their prey population if they do not need. ಯಾವಾಗ ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕೋ ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವುಗಳು ಪ್ರೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ, ಪ್ರೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ತಿಂತವೆ, ಪ್ರೇಯನ್ನು ತಿಂತವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡದಾಗ ಅದು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. even the predators know that if the prey population becomes extinct, then they cannot exist further. ಅವುಗಳು ಪುನಃ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಪ್ರೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಸತ್ರೆ ಅವುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬದುಕಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಅವುಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತವೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ಇನ್ ನೇಚರ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. They overexploit the prey. Just now I said that they do not overexploit the prey. They just use how much is required for them. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಅವುಗಳು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತವೆ. They do not overexploit. So this statement is wrong. So answer is here D. What is the basis of DNA fingerprinting? The DNA fingerprinting main basis is depending on the repeated sequences. Repeated sequences. Repeated sequences means the sequences are which are repeated for many times. So they are repeated for 10 times or 1000 times or 100 times, like that repetition. So they are highly repeated regions are very important for the DNA. Basis of the DNA fingerprinting is repeated sequences. Okay, so these repeated sequences are known as satellites anta heli karitare. So they are mini satellites or they are micro satellites. So these satellites regions are required for DNA fingerprinting process. So answer is here C, satellite DNA occurring as highly repeated short DNA sequences. Short DNA sequences. Answer is C. Then which one is a true statement regarding DNA polymerase used in PCR? DNA polymerase used in PCR anta helidre, PCR is having 3 important steps. One is denaturation. Second one is annealing. Third one is extension. In case of denaturation, what do they do? If the DNA strand is present, this DNA strand is denatured so that there is a gap between the two strands anta helidre avugalna sariyagi separate madudu, adanna separate madudu, denature madudu, adanna separate madudu. ಸೊ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಡಿನ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಿಸ್ DNA strands have to be exposed in high temperature, about 96 degrees centigrade ಅದನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರುವಂತದ್ದು ಅನೀಲಿಂಗ್. ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಅನೀಲಿಂಗ್ the oligonucleotides are added ಅಥವಾ primers are added, and then the last one is extension and they are extended like this. So this is the process of polymerization. So PCR technique. ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ 3 ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಸೈಮಲ್ಟೇನಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ 3 ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಹೈ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. So high temperature bekadaga, when they need high temperature, the polymerase enzyme which is used during this process for polymerization anta helidre ee DNA extend agಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ polymerization ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ polymerase enzyme ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ polymerase enzyme is then it has to be stable at high temperature. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಥರ್ಮಸ್ ಎಕ್ವಾಟಿಕಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಮರೇಸ್ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಮರೇಸ್ ಎನ್ಸೈಮ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋನ್ ಆಸ್ TAC polymerase ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. So TAC polymerase enzyme is used here in PCR. Okay, and this is stable at high temperature. So here it is used to ligate introduced DNA into the recipient cells. No, the ligase enzyme is usually used in the DNA combining. It serves as a selectable marker. No, antibiotic resistant gene is used as the selectable marker. Okay, then it is isolated from the virus. No, it is isolated from the bacteria. Next, it remains active at high temperature. Yes, this statement is correct. It remains active at high temperature. This remains active at high temperature. So that is correct. So it is isolated from the virus. This is not isolated from the virus. It is isolated from the bacteria. It remains active at a high temperature. So this is correct. Okay, so answer is here D. Answer is D. Biolistic or gene gun is suitable for when the recombinant DNA is inserted into the cells. There are different techniques are used. So that is about heat shock method ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ gene gun method ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಡಿಸ್ಆರ್ಮ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಥೋಜನ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಜೀನ್ ಗನ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಬಯೋಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಬಯೋಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ದ tungsten or gold particles are which are coated with the DNA are bombarded into the plant cells. So plant cells annu recombinant DNA ಅನ್ನು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಬಯೋಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್. For this process, biolistic method is used. Okay, so this is correct. Constructing recombinant DNA by joining with the bacteria, DNA fingerprinting, it's also not there. Disarmed pathogen vectors. Just now I said that disarmed pathogen vectors are used. Here viruses are used. These through these viruses, recombinant DNA are inserted into the animals. They are inserted into the animals. Okay, so here disarmed pathogen are used for the animals. Here answer is A. Answer is A. The puffed up the puffed up dough of dosa and idli is due to. ಸೊ ದೋಸೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇಡ್ಲಿ ದಪ್ಪ ಆಗುದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದರ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಫರ್ಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ CO2, then hydrolysis of the bacteria and production of CO2, and fermentation by the bacteria and production of CO2, or hydrolysis by bacteria and production of O2 ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Mainly this puffed up appearance of the dough is because of the fermentation, and the fermentation is by the bacteria. So bacteria fermentation adaga, here what is produced? CO2 is produced, and this CO2 is present in between the dough, and then it produces puffed up appearance. Okay, so answer is here fermentation by the bacteria and production of mainly CO2. Answer is C. Grafted kidney may be rejected in a patient due to. See, in case of organisms, there are two types of immunity. One is humoral immunity, another one is cell-mediated immunity. One is humoral, another one is cell-mediated immunity. Okay. Here, in case of the humoral immunity, this is produced by the B lymphocytes. They produce antibodies. Second one is cell-mediated immunity. It is produced by the T lymphocytes. They do not produce antibodies. They themselves act on the antigens. They themselves act on the antigens. When the kidney is placed in a patient, ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಿಡ್ನಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ರಿಸಿಪಿಯೆಂಟ್ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೋ ಆಗ ಅವನ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಟಿ ಲಿಂಫೋಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಈ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ನಾನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, ತನ್ನದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದೀಸ್ ಟಿ ಲಿಂಫೋಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆನ್ ದೀಸ್ kidney cells and they damage that kidney cells. So that means this type of immunity is called cell-mediated immunity. So cell-mediated immune response is that it is responsible for graft rejection. Graft rejection is because of cell-mediated immune response. Passive immune response, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ innate immune response ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ by birth. Passive immune response anta helidre when the immunity ಅಥವಾ antibodies are passed from one organism to the other organism, it is called passive immune response. Humoral immune response, just now I explained. Answer is A. Identify the correct option after reading the given statements. Statement A, antivenom injection contains preformed antibodies, while polio drops that are administered into the body contain attenuated pathogens. The antivenom injection, when there is a snake bite, then antivenom injections are given. How kachidaga antivenom injection ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ antitoxins ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Antitoxin ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Antitoxins, they contain antibodies for that antigens. Antibodies ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ antigens ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ antibodies ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಲೂಯಿಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ antitoxin ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಸೊ antitoxins, they contain antibodies and they are having preformed ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲೇ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಆದಂತಹ ಆಂಟಿಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ರೀತಿಯ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾವು, ಅಂತಹ ರೀತಿಯ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರಿತೇವೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೈಸೇಷನ್. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ antibodies are passed from outside to inside, ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೇವೆ. ಈಗ ಪೋಲಿಯೋ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಪೋಲಿಯೋ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟೆನ್ಯುವೇಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಥೋಜನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಅಟೆನ್ಯುವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೀಕಂಡ್ ಅಥವಾ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ they are not active, they are inactive. Inactive pathogens are used. Inactive pathogens ಅನ್ನು ಆ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ದೇಹದೊಳಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ that pathogens produce antibodies. Antibodies are produced in the body itself. They are not produced from ಅಥವಾ they are not transferred from outside. Such type of immunization is called active immunization. ಇದು active immunization where antibodies are produced in the body itself. ಅದರ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅಟೆನ್ಯುವೇಟೆಡ್ this statement is correct. ಅಟೆನ್ಯುವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವೀಕಂಡ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. This statement is correct. The chemical test that is used for diagnosis of typhoid is ELISA test. No. To diagnose typhoid, which test is used? You have studied. That test is called Vidal test. Vidal test. And what this ELISA test is used for? The ELISA test is used for the diagnosis of AIDS. So enzyme linked immunosorbent assay, this is used. It is the basis of this test is antigen antibody reaction, and this test is used to diagnose AIDS. So this statement is wrong. Statement A is correct, statement B is incorrect. This is option is A. Answer is A. Eukaryotic genes are monocystronic, but they split genes. They have split genes because monocystronic anta helidre enu? Monocystronic means single gene produces single protein. Single gene produces single protein. It is called monocystronic. And eukaryotic genes are monocystronic. In case of prokaryotes, they are polycystronic. That means single genes may produce many proteins. ಈಗ ಈ eukaryotic genes ಅನ್ನು monocystronic ಹೌದು, ಆದರೆ they are called split genes ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? Because they contain exons and introns. So what are exons? Exons are expressed gene sequences and they are present in the mature mRNA. What are introns? They are intervening sequences which are not present in the mature mRNA. Okay, so when these exons and introns are present in between, when the introns are present between the exons, exons are interrupted by the introns. When the introns are present in between the exons, so such genes are called split genes anta kariತಾರೆ. So this is correct. Introns are interrupted by mutons. Mutons anta helidre mutated genes antali artha. Mutated genes antali artha. Idu answer idakke alla. So they contain exon only. Idu yavadu option barudilla. So answer is here D. So like this, exons and introns are present. From a cross AABB and AABB of the following genotypic ratio will be obtained in the F1 generation. Yava ratio agate? Very easy. And what are the different gametes produced here? One gamete is AB, another gamete is AB, which is crossed. Here only one type of the gamete is produced, AB. So here AABB is produced. Here AABB is produced. So answer is here one AABB, one AABB. Answer is A. Hardy-Weinberg's equilibrium is known to be affected by gene flow, genetic drift, genetic recombination, and the mutation. And what are the other? One more factor is important here. Which factor it is? anta heli kelidare. What is a Hardy-Weinberg's equilibrium? The gene frequency remains constant year after year. Gene frequency always remains constant. Gene pool remains constant anta heltade Hardy-Weinberg's equilibrium law. Okay, and it says that P plus Q whole square is always 1 anta heltade. Now this the 5 factors are there. They can alter the Hardy-Weinberg's equilibrium. What are the 5 factors? First one is gene flow. Gene flow means if migration occurs among the population, then gene frequencies change. Second one is genetic drift, that is change in the gene frequency in a small population by chance, then also gene frequencies change. Third one is mutation, that is change in the nucleotide which changes the genotype as well as phenotype, and in that case also gene frequency changes. Genetic recombination, that means during the formation of the gametes, gametogenesis takes place. At that time, meiosis occurs. During the time of meiosis, the genetic recombination or reshuffling of the genes occur. Okay, so this leads to genetic recombination. At that time, also gene frequencies may change. And let's see the last one. Yaudu anta kelidare illi. Temperature evolution limiting factor alla, here natural selection. So natural selection says that gene frequencies will change because of change in so the natural selection, according to the natural selection, answer is D here. According to the natural selection, the nature selects the organisms and which are fit to survive. So survival as well as reproduction ability is very important here. Yava organism survive agutto, yava organism hechina reproductive capacity iratto, aa organism munde adara the offsprings and formation madutte, and that offsprings will continue their generation. So that is known as natural selection anta heli helabodu. Okay, so that natural selection is a very important aspect here. Next is Sertoli cells are found in a very simple question. Where these Sertoli cells are present, you have studied about the structure of the testis, and testis contain seminiferous tubules. Inside the seminiferous tubules, Sertoli cells are present. There are 2 types of cells are present. One is Sertoli cells, another one is germ cells. And these Sertoli cells are present in the seminiferous tubules, and they provide nutrition for the germ cells. You know that during the process of gametogenesis, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ gametogenesis ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಗ germ ಇದು sperm formation ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ sperm formation ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ these sperms are attached to the Sertoli cells, and these Sertoli cells help in providing nutrition. Let's see the other options. Where options nodudare navu ovaries and they secrete progesterone. No, ovaries they, of course, the ovaries secrete progesterone, and the progesterone is secreted by the corpus luteum. Adrenal cortex and secrete adrenaline. No, adrenal cortex they do not secrete adrenaline. Adrenal medulla secretes adrenaline. Okay, adrenal cortex secretes corticoids. Then next, pancreas and secrete cholecystokinin. Pancreas, the cholecystokinin is a hormone secreted by the small intestine, and it helps in the secretion of the bile from the liver. Okay, so this here answer is read the given statements and identify the incorrect statement. Failure of cytokinesis after telophase stage of cell division results in polyploidy. Correct, it is. If the cell does not divide, division agate, illa division agate, nucleus division agate, aita ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಲ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೆಲ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಟ್ ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಲ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ಸ್ ಒಂದೇ ಸೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಟೆಟ್ರಾಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಆರ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನೋನ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾಲಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈಟೋಕೈನೆಸಿಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಲ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಟೋಪ್ಲಾಸಮ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೆಲ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸೈಟೋಪ್ಲಾಸಮ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. A classical example for frame shift mutation is sickle cell anemia. So sickle cell anemia is due to change in GAG ಯ ಬದಲು GUG ಆಗತ್ತೆ, GAG ಯ ಬದಲು GUG ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ mRNA. mRNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಆ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ದ DNA. DNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅರ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ mRNA ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ CTC ಯ ಬದಲು CAC ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ CTC ಯ ಬದಲು CAC ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ DNA ಅರ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ mRNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ಬದಲಾದಾಗ ಸಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಎನಿಮಿಯಾ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಗ್ಲುಟಾಮಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ನ ಬದಲು ವ್ಯಾಲಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಗ್ಲುಟಾಮಿಕ್ ಆಸಿಡ್ ಬರುವಂತದ್ದು, ಅದು ಇದು ಬಂದಾಗ ವ್ಯಾಲಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ಬರುವಂತದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಯಾವುದು, ಸಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಎನಿಮಿಯಾ. ಓಕೆ, ದೆನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಸಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಎನಿಮಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್. Then what is frame shift mutation? Frame shift mutation means if there is a addition or deletion of the nucleotide in the mRNA. mRNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ ಆಡ್ ಆಗಬಹುದು, ಒಂದು ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯೋಟೈಡ್ ಡಿಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ಆಗ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ it is moved to the right or left, reading frame change ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ಆಗುವಂತದ್ದು frame shift mutation. Okay, sickle cell anemia is not the example for frame shift mutation, it's an example for point mutation. So this is wrong. Next, phenylpyruvic acid and derivatives are accumulated in brain, causes mental retardation in phenylketonuria. Correct. Phenylketonuria means it is a autosomal recessive disease. Here phenylalanine hydroxylase ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಎಂಜೈಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಎಂಜೈಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಜೀನ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ 12 ಅದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. I mean that is gene is recessive. Okay, so phenylalanine hydroxylase enzyme is very essential for formation ಅಥವಾ conversion of phenylalanine into the tyrosine. If the tyrosine formation agadaga phenylalanine ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ accumulate ಆಗುತ್ತೆ and it produces its derivatives like phenylpyruvic acid and other derivatives. They will be remaining in the body and they will also remain in the brain and it causes a mental retardation. Okay, so this statement is correct. Starch grain formed by the genetic constitution BB is complete in size. ಈಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಬಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಲಾರ್ಜ್. ಬಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ ಬಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ದೇ ಆರ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಶೇಪ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್. ಈಗ ಹೀಗೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ದೇ ಆರ್ ರಿಂಕಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಶೇಪ್. ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಫ್ ಬಿ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಜಿನೋಟೈಪ್, ನಾವು ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಸೈಜ್ಡ್. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಗ್ರೇನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಮಧ್ಯದ ಸೈಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ದ ಶೇಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೀಡ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಶೇಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೀಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರೌಂಡ್. Seed shape is here round. That means starch grain formed by genetic constitution BB is complete in size ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ they are round in size. This statement is correct. Here incorrect statement ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So statement B is incorrect. Base sequence found in the template strand of the gene is given below. Identify the sequence of RNA's anticodon loop in the translation. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ RNA tRNA ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, tRNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಗೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ tRNA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಆಂಟಿಕೋಡಾನ್ ಲೂಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕೋಡಾನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ? ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದು. ಈಗ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸಿ ದ ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಎ ಜಿ 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 ಸಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು mRNA ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಎ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ mRNA ಏನು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಎ ಇಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸಸ್ ವಾಟ್? ಯು ಸಿ 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 ಇದರ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ? mRNA. ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ mRNA ಬೇಡ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಯಾವುದು? tRNA ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ mRNA ಯು ಇದ್ರೆ ಆಗ tRNA ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು? ಎ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಜಿ 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 ಜಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಡಿ. ಸೊ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಡಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ tRNA ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು, mRNA ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, tRNA ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಡಿ. What is the correct sequence of sperm formation? Very simple question. You have studied the formation sequence method of formation of the sperms. So during the formation of the sperms, spermatogonia changes into the primary spermatocyte, and then secondary spermatocyte, and then spermatid, and then spermatozoa. Okay. So what is the sequence here? Correct sequence is spermatogonia, spermatocyte, spermatid, and then spermatozoa. Okay, idu sequence sariyagide. Answer is D. And the last one is in context of secondary treatment of sewage, flocks are associated with the which microbes antali kelidare. So bacteria or algae and fungus, fungi and bacteria, fungi and lichen anta kelidare. What are flocks? When sewage treatment is done, there are two techniques. One is primary treatment, another one is secondary treatment. During the primary treatment, filtration and sedimentation takes place, and during the secondary treatment, the primary effluents are transferred into the aeration tanks, and the aeration tanks are agitated. When they are agitated, then the bacteria and fungi filament which are present in that, they form network-like structure, and this network-like structure is known as a flocks. Okay, what are flocks? Flocks are association of the fungi and bacteria with one another. They form network-like structure. So here the answer is fungi and bacteria. So answer is here C. Okay, so answer is C. This is the last question. Now thank you students for watching as well as listening, and I wish you all the best for your CET, as well as do well in your CET exam and get highest marks. Thank you once again.